The Journey Home, Autobiography of an American Swami. To all my guides of various faiths, who extended their compassion and wisdom as I stumbled along on my journey home. To my mother and father, who nourished me with selfless care and devotion. They never gave up on their wayward son. To my Guru, who transformed my life with his unconditional love. To the many sincere souls, my brothers and sisters, who also seek the forgotten treasure of the heart. Tvai me nanya vishaya, matir madhu pate sakrit, ratim udvahatad adha, gange bogam udanvati. My sweet Lord, as the river Ganges forever flows to the sea without hindrance, let my attraction be constantly drawn to you, without being diverted to anything else. Prologue. As I crawled out from the icy Himalayan water of the Bagmati River, I gazed at two heaps of ashes, one from a cremation pit and the other from a sacrificial fire. I was dressed only in a loincloth, and a cold wind chilled me to the bone. An intense longing gripped me. What was I doing here, shivering, alone, nearly starving, and so far from home? Was all my searching to be in vain? I stared up at stars that were shimmering through the branches of an ancient banyan tree. Birds of the night warbled a melancholy song. Sacred fires burned brightly along the riverbank, where holy men, their hair matted like ropes hanging down below their knees, threw offerings of pungent herbs into the flames. From the smoldering remains they scooped out handfuls of ashes and smeared them over their flesh. Completing the ritual, they marched toward the sacred shrine that I yearned to enter. It was the spring of 1971 in Pashupatinath, Nepal, where a flood of pilgrims had converged that night. Just out of my teens, I felt half a planet away from my home in suburban Chicago, and I ached for the solace of a holy place, a place where I might pray for direction. An hour earlier, I had approached an ancient temple, its towering gateway carved with mythical lions, serpents, gods, and goddesses. As I climbed the stone steps, thrilled with anticipation, a gatekeeper whipped his club into my chest. I sunk to my knees, gasping for breath. Flanked on both sides by police, the gatekeeper blocked my path and shouted, "You are a foreigner. Get out." Their chief, dressed in a turban and military attire, burst forward with burning eyes and smacked his rod across a sign that read, "No foreigners allowed." "Out from here," he roared. "If you try again, you'll be severely beaten and thrown in prison, and I cannot say what the angry mobs will do." He ordered his charges to be vigilant. I had wandered to the bank of the river, crestfallen. My arduous quest for spiritual meaning had led me this far. I could not turn back. Now, watching the holy men, an idea sprang into my mind. I kneeled down at one smoldering pit where a sacrificial fire had burned and sunk both my hands deep into the warm, powdery ashes, sifting out the lumps of glowing coals. Shuddering, I plastered the ashes across my skinny body, from my matted hair to my calloused bare feet. The musty powder burned into my nostrils, choking my throat and parching my mouth. I wrapped 2 river-stained cotton sheets over my upper and lower body for robes and crept again toward the gate, my heart beating heavily in my chest. The same sentinels stood guard with clubs in hand, but they did not recognize me and let me pass. As I entered a vast open courtyard surrounding the ancient altar, I thought, if I am caught here, I could be killed. Several thousand people gathered in an unruly line and were waiting to see the altar. Only one person was allowed at a time. Patiently taking my place in the rear of the line, I inched forward. Suddenly, the same police chief who had stopped me earlier passed by. I gasped and turned my face away, my adrenaline surging. He stepped right in front of me, stared into my ash-covered face, then barked a question in the local Hindi language. I didn't understand a word. If I spoke a single word of English here, I knew I would be finished. Receiving no reply, he stared at me and launched into a barrage of questions, this time much louder. My mind reeled with thoughts of years wasted in a filthy Nepali prison, or worse. With a blank expression, I stood motionless, knowing he was trained to detect anything suspicious. Did he recognize me? I could only guess. Another idea rose in my mind. Placing one palm over my mouth, I waved my other hand side to side. Those who vow never to speak, Moni Babas, often express their vow in this way. The chief gripped my arm and dragged me away. Where was he taking me? Was I under arrest? He yelled. Instantly, 2 police guards came running. Surrounded, I was yanked through the line of pilgrims until we reached the place of maximum congestion. Raising their clubs, my captors roared like thunder. Was this to be a public lashing? Would the mob tear me apart for defiling their sacred shrine? They shouted louder and louder as people scattered. I waited, terrified. The men dragged me through the bustling crowd until I found myself standing directly in front of the altar, a colorful pagoda with swirls of sandalwood incense pouring out. In front stood a massive stone bull. On the altar stood a stone figure of the deity Shiva, adorned with embroidered silks and glittering with gold and precious jewels. The chief lifted his stick and squeezed my arm. Would he pummel me right before the holy image? Surrounded by his lieutenants, rod raised above his head, he shouted orders at a priest who rushed back into the altar. I waited, trembling. From the inner sanctuary, the high priest appeared dressed in robes of red silk. A striking red circle of powder marked his forehead, and he wore a gold necklace and a strand of dried rudraksha seeds around his neck. In a deep hypnotic voice, he recited the mantra, Om Namah Shivaya. My captor, his stout body sweating profusely despite the chilly wind, yelled something to the priest that I again could not understand. The high priest listened intently. He nodded his head, closed his eyes, and paused. Moments passed as the mass of pilgrims clamored impatiently. Then, straightening his posture, the high priest took a deep breath and began to recite incantations from ancient Sanskrit texts. He stunned me by wrapping a silk turban around my head. Then he draped a shawl over my shoulders, placed several jasmine and night queen garlands around my neck, anointed my forehead with sandalwood paste, and offered me saffron-flavored water to drink. Standing in a daze, I realized that the police were holding the massive crowd back in order to grant me an exclusive opportunity to worship the Lord and be honored by the temple. Bowing low with humility, the police chief then begged with joined palms for my blessings and departed. Did he not recognize me in my disguise, or was he aware who I was and simply honoring my determination? This I will never know. Whatever the reason, I was deeply humbled. I had defied human law and deserved to be beaten, but God is merciful. Standing before the altar, my limbs covered with ashes, my drab ascetic robes and tangled matted hair awkwardly covered with silks and flowers, I squeezed my tearing eyes shut, joined my palms, and prayed that I would be shown my true path as I continued my journey. I returned to the riverbank and sat on the cold earth. It was a moonless night. Stars glittered in the dark sky. A breeze filled the forest with the scent of blooming jasmine, and the cooing of an owl emerged out of the silence. Gazing downstream, I wondered where the river of destiny would lead me next. How did I land into a life so foreign from my upbringing, but so familiar to my soul? Journey to the East, Chapter 1. My best friend Danny and I crept down a creaking stairway into his cool, damp cellar. Suddenly an intuition flashed through my mind. I should not be here. My heart pounded. In the middle of the room, a barbell holding weights of 250 pounds was propped on steel hooks. My classmate bragged, "My father lifts this every day." I was 7 years old, small and skinny, with short black hair, brown eyes, and a dark complexion. Touching the cold weights, I felt tiny. Danny turned to me. "Richie, I'm going to show you a big secret." Putting his index finger across his lips, he whispered, "Promise you won't tell anyone?" He climbed up a shelf, reached high into a rafter, and came down with a brass key. Then, leading me to a wooden cabinet bigger than we were, he unlocked it and swung open the doors. He pointed to a stack of magazines. "Go ahead," Danny smiled. "Look at one." I did. It was filled with photos of naked women in amorous poses. My little body froze. Never before had I ever seen what was under a girl's clothing. It looked so strange and forbidden. "Neat, huh?" Danny asked. I nodded my head, unsure what to say. Flapping the magazine shut, I shoved it back into the cabinet. "Wait till you see what's in the drawer." He pulled it open, exposing 2 pistols and several hand grenades. "My father always keeps the guns loaded, and the grenades are real." He handed a grenade to me. "Here, hold it." Holding the cold, heavy metal, I shivered. "This is pretty neat," I mumbled, trying to hide my fear. I placed the weapon carefully back in the drawer. "Richie, wait till you see this." Danny pulled open 2 doors inside the cabinet, exposing a sort of altar. There, a framed photograph held a figure whose eyes stared ominously into mine. Horrified, I found myself face to face with Adolf Hitler. 2 armbands embroidered with Nazi swastikas had been draped ceremoniously on either side of the photo, and below hung a dagger with a shining swastika embossed in its handle. My heart sank. Hideous images flashed through my mind. I had often heard my elders speak about the recent slaughter of our relatives at the hands of the Nazis. My grandfather's family had never been heard from since 1941, when the Nazis occupied Lithuania, our ancestral home. Danny whispered, "This is a secret, but my parents hate you." A wave of heat rushed from my stomach to my throat. Why? Why? What did I do? Because you're a Jew. They say you killed Jesus. What? I stood paralyzed. What was I hearing? It just didn't make sense. My father says that even God hates you. The heavy footprints of his parents creaked through the ceiling above us. I didn't know if I should run, hide, or cry. Do you hate me, Danny? No, you're my best friend. Because you're a Jew, I might hate you when I grow up, but I hope not. My mind went blank. Locking the cabinet, Danny led me upstairs to the kitchen table where his mother was waiting with 2 plates of vanilla cookies and 2 glasses of cold milk. She smiled tightly. A loud creak on the floor announced the entrance of Danny's father, a stocky man with a square jaw, graying crew cut, small piercing eyes, and a half smile that gave me the chills. I felt utterly vulnerable in his presence. Could the cookies be poisoned, I thought? But what could I do? I was afraid not to eat. Eat, Richie, what's wrong? His mother challenged. I struggled to hide my misery as I ate the cookies. With each bite, I prayed to God to protect me. Pale as a ghost, I walked home. At that age, I had little power to reason. I was simply hurt, and badly. My mother greeted me with a gentle smile. She was standing in the kitchen with an apron around her waist, rolling out dough across our circular dining table. I'm making apple strudel for you, Richie, your favorite. Mom, I asked, does God hate me? No, of course not. God loves you. Her eyebrows tensed as she placed her rolling pin on the table. Why do you ask this question? I was afraid to tell her. I don't know. I guess I'm just curious. To avoid any further questions, I ran upstairs to my bedroom. I believed my mother. I believed that God loved me. Lying in my bed, staring at the ceiling, I struggled to come to grasp the contradiction of love and hate, both connected to the same God. In the innocence of childhood, I secretly prayed in my thoughts or in a whisper. I'd mostly pray in bed until I fell asleep. When I prayed, I felt a sense of shelter and that someone was listening to me. I believed God heard me and was with me. Still, I had many questions about this divine being. Who is this being called God? I often wondered. Is he like an enormous cloud or a shadow nearly invisible? Or is he a friend who hears my every prayer, so real that I can almost touch him with my thoughts? My parents, Gerald and Idelle Slavin, were not particularly religious in a formal sense. Rather, they expressed their faith in God through their gratitude, generosity, kindness, and dedication to the family. They had grown up during the Depression, and ever since their childhoods had worked hard to support their families. While they wanted the best for their children, they were also careful not to spoil us, encouraging thankfulness for all we had and were given. In 1955, when I was 4, they had moved us from Chicago to the village of Sherwood Forest in Highland Park, Illinois, so they could raise my 2 brothers and me in an environment free from the pollution and dangers of the big city. Our tranquil neighborhood was set on flat terrain with abundant grass and trees. Children played in the empty lots, and the quiet streets lined with houses were almost identical to each other. Our little Richie is sweet, but so strange, my parents would often say. Why is he like this? I had odd habits. No one had any idea where they came from. Until I was 8 or 9 years old, I refused to sit in chairs while eating and preferred to sit on the floor, which my parents forbade. As a compromise, I was allowed to stand at the dinner table. Even in restaurants, it was a common occurrence for waitresses to ask if they could bring me a chair. "He doesn't believe in chairs," my mother would reply with a shrug of her shoulders. While my parents took great care with their appearance, always dressing neatly and well, my mother had to wash my new clothes again and again until they looked old before I agreed to wear them. When they bought me new shoes, I scraped them with rocks till they looked worn. Whenever my parents had a new car, I squeezed onto the floor of the back seat until the car wasn't new anymore. Having better things than others made me feel embarrassed. I idolized the poor and downtrodden. Once, my father took the family to dinner at the local country club. I disrupted everything by suddenly rushing from the table and out the door because I couldn't bear to be served by the busboy, who was a classmate of mine. When my grandpa Bill found me sitting alone in our car, I explained my feelings. "It's all right, little Richie," he said. "You did the right thing. I'm proud of you." My father's father, William Bill Slavin, left a deep impression on my life. His loving nature reflected the deep-rooted belief he had in his religion. I was fascinated to observe the quiet, unassuming way he tried to harmonize his old-world traditions with life in America. Often, I'd catch him praying softly to himself at family mealtimes as the rest of us went about eating all around him. When I reached the age to enter Hebrew school, my father could not afford to send me. Still, he strived to give me the best he could. When I turned 13, he approached Rabbi Lippis to ask for a simple bar mitzvah to bless me. The stately silver-haired rabbi readily tutored me in the basic prayers, free of charge. One day I asked him, "Rabbi, could you explain to me the meaning of these prayers?" Tears welled in his soft brown eyes, and he embraced me with an affection I will never forget. In his old-world Yiddish accent, his voice cracked with emotion. He told me, "Little Richie, I'm satisfied with your sincerity to understand the meaning of this ceremony. It is becoming rare. Rabbi, how should I pray?" A wide grin expanded across his square, slightly wrinkled face. I felt sheltered by his affection, something I believed every child needed. "In the Talmud," he said, "a book on Jewish law written by rabbis thousands of years ago, it is taught that it is better to pray to God for the strength to overcome temptations difficulties and doubts in order to do His will, rather than to pray for Him to do our will. On my 13th birthday, my older brother Marty gave me the debut record album of Peter, Paul, and Mary, the folk trio from Greenwich Village. Their songs protested war, prejudice, and social injustices. But it was the lyrics referring to God that most stirred my soul. Leaning back to listen, I would close my eyes, drawn like a magnet to every word. The album's opening song began. Early in the morning, about the break of day, I asked the Lord to help me find my way. Again and again I listened, unaware that this simple prayer would guide the coming years of my life. In my quest for meaning, folk musicians like Pete Seeger and Bob Dylan spurred the rebellion erupting within me. But if folk music left me spellbound with meaningful lyrics, the blues struck my heart with raw emotion. The blues is all about feeling and yearning, pouring the grief of your heart into every note played or word sung, discovering relief and joy in that expression. Listening to a blues singer cry for a lost love, I would cry along for my lost love, though I didn't know yet who this was. While I was introspective, shy, and often worried about the feelings of others, my older brother Marty had a sixth sense for how to rile people. Wild like a monkey, he was called Monk for short. In 1965, when I was 14, I entered Deerfield High School, where Monk had just graduated. Seeing me, some teachers gasped, "Oh no, another monk?" For my first day of school, I was labeled Little Monk. The name stuck, although the irony of it escaped me until many years later. As a freshman, I was promoted to the varsity wrestling team. I cannot say that I was highly skilled, but when I applied my mind to something, it was with intense absorption. The coach and teammates had great hope that in the coming years, I could be a champion. At first, I loved the challenge. Scholarships were mine if I pursued them. But something strange was happening to me. I had begun to crave a purpose in life beyond wealth, prestige, and the fads of society. How could I be content in the idyllic land of Highland Park when I knew that African Americans were imprisoned like slaves in the ghettos just miles away? How could I be satisfied with a wrestling medal when my older friends were being forced into the horrors of the Vietnam War? Haunted by such questions, I, along with my friends, questioned the very fabric of the life we knew. On a hunt for purpose, I burned with a passion for the civil rights movement of Martin Luther King Jr., poring over the words of Malcolm X and books on social reform. Along with my best friends, Bassoon and Gary, whom I'd known since we were 10, I got a job at a car wash after school and worked full-time in the summer. It was hard work, but I loved it. Here we found ourselves working to the backdrop of soul music among older African American men from the ghettos of the south side of Chicago, a world away from the security of Highland Park. In the company of these men, who were beaten down by poverty, racial discrimination, and alcoholism, hearing the raw cry of a blues or soul singer stirred my heart. I was 15 years old and deeply troubled by unanswered questions. Then, when a close friend, only 16, died after his car skidded on the winter ice and plummeted into the frigid waters of Lake Michigan, I found myself wondering, who am I and where am I going? It seemed that the whole world was skidding on the ice of uncertainty. In search of a sanctuary, I moved down to our basement and covered the walls with psychedelic posters that glowed under a black light. Fishing nets hung from the ceiling. Jasmine incense smoke hovered like a cloud. Sometimes I would swish on the flashing beam of a strobe light to heighten the dreamlike effect. In the privacy of my basement, I listened to the revolutionary music of the 60s. A Day in the Life by the Beatles churned my longing to seek a meaningful life beyond the superficial. When I laid back, closed my eyes, and listened to George Harrison sing "Within You, Without You," I cried with the strings of his sitar for inner peace. Over and over again, I played Ray Charles' soulful rendition of Old Man River as I sat motionless and grieved for the plight of the downtrodden. When I listened to B.B. King, the mournful notes bursting from his guitar pierced my heart, and I wondered why sad songs made me feel so good. One late night, in the turmoil of questioning everything around me, I heard Johnny Rivers through my stereo headphones singing, "Look to your soul for the answer." I took a deep breath, looked up and exclaimed, "Yes, that's it." Incited by the times, my closest friends and I threw ourselves into the spirit of the counterculture of the 1960s. As the minority in a school where conservatives, jocks, and cheerleaders predominated, we began to wear our hair long, to experiment with marijuana and LSD, and to generally rebel against the values of our parents' generation. But I was torn. I hated to disappoint anyone. I agonized over quitting the wrestling team and did not have the heart to let my coach and teammates down. The school expected me to help lead the team to championships. The coach once declared to the team, "When little Monk is determined to win, he's like a hungry tiger pacing the mat. He's champion material, but he seems to be getting distracted." Confused, I prayed for a way out. Soon after, in a prestigious tournament, I pulled my opponent down in the first 5 seconds of the match. The crowd roared, cheering me on, but I knelt as if paralyzed. My shoulder had been yanked out of its socket, and the bone ripped through the muscles of my chest. Pain stabbed through my body. At that moment, with the dislocation of my shoulder, my life was dislocated from a passion that had already died. Trembling in agony as hundreds in the gymnasium looked on in shock, I silently thanked God. I was free. What I did not have the courage to give up myself had been cast aside, I felt, by the power of destiny. Gary Liss, whose friendship would become a miracle in my life, was friendly, outgoing, and ever restless for the next adventure. Gary was a rebel who truly found himself when he found the counterculture. He and I had traveled to California together during the summer break of my junior year in high school. On the Sunset Strip and on Haight-Ashbury, we reveled in the freedom we found. In these havens for flowered children, we met many beautiful people, idealists like ourselves. As for the more outrageous characters we encountered there, people who seemed to value being destructive, rude, or just hedonistic, we steered clear. In 1969, I attended Miami-Dade College in Florida, along with my close friends from high school, Bassoon, Steve, and Gary. I, like so many in my generation, was young, wild, and hungry for adventure. But it was at this time I first noticed something taking precedent over everything else. A desire for spirituality that burned in my heart. It grew daily. Someone gave me a book entitled The World's Great Religions. I drank in every word and wanted to devour more and more. In further readings of other books, I discovered an ancient Indian technique that taught silent meditation on the sacred syllable Om. Through my inner voyages, I uncovered a subtle reality so rich that I longed to go deeper. One morning I saw a poster on my college campus advertising a lecture on transcendental meditation. Mike, a bearded, long-haired American, spoke on the science of consciousness as taught by Maharishi Mahesh Yogi. I was enthralled. Mike invited me to Hollywood, Florida, where with no commitment, I could receive a personal meditation mantra. Once there, I placed a flower, handkerchief, and $35 on an altar where a one-syllable mantra was whispered into my ear. Daily meditation became the most important part of my life. The seed of my spiritual inclination was sprouting rapidly, but along with that seed grew a weed, my aversion to bigotry and fanaticism. In those days, by growing my hair long in protest of the norms of the establishment, I became a target for those who hated hippies, including the police, who used to pull me over, search me, and harass me on a regular basis. The truth was, I felt a sort of sad fulfillment when people hated me for my long hair, minority religion, or for what I believed. I felt it an honor to be persecuted for a noble ideal rather than sell out to popular opinions or fashions. At the same time, I was also beginning to understand that to hate those who hated me was to share the same disease. I longed to break through these sectarian barriers and discover the inner essence of all religions, the oneness of God. While in college, I studied psychology and humanities, but my meditation and music remained priorities. Near the college, in the town of Opelika, was a house called the Ashtray, where the dedicated musician James Harmon lived. Known to us as Jimmy the Bear, he was a stout, long-haired, bearded man and the lead singer and harmonica player for the Burning Water Blues Band. The bear loved me like a little brother. One day, with a proud smile, he slapped one of his harmonicas into my hand. "Brother, I'm going to teach you how to play the harp." "But I don't know music," I responded shyly. "That don't matter, man. Your heart's got deep feeling, and that's what the blues are all about." From that day on, my harmonica became my inseparable partner in life. During this time, I was befriended by some African American students, and through one of them, developed a special friendship with an older woman who had been a close associate of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. A gentle but strong-willed woman, she too had dedicated her life to being a civil rights leader. As she was in her late 40s and I was only 18, I called her mother and she called me son. We shared soul-searching discussions about Dr. King's vision and his sad assassination. A devout Baptist, she was kind and gracious, yet fearlessly determined. At one point, she organized a civil rights march through a neighborhood of Miami and invited me to participate. Her face lit up with surprise when I actually showed up. A white boy in a black march in the deep South. Proudly, she took me by the hand to walk beside her up front. Onlookers were appalled to see me there. White racists threatened and jeered as we passed. Some threw stones or bottles as the police looked the other way. Mother smiled as over 300 marchers sang Sam Cooke's anthem, "A change is gonna come, and we shall overcome." The march culminated in a rally in the park. Here the marchers sat on folding chairs. I sat behind my friend until she stepped up to the microphone under a coconut tree. Denouncing the injustices inflicted on her people, she urged the audience toward an uprising devoid of violence. Her voice thundered with conviction. "Violence will degrade us to the evil ways of our persecutors. We must be fearless and stand together and demand our rights, not with weapons and fire, but with integrity and faith in the Almighty God. We must boycott wherever we smell the stench of bigotry. In the face of our oppressors, we must never cower from the truth." Tears filled her eyes and her voice soared as she echoed her mentor. "This is America, the land of the free. We'll never give up until the chains of slavery are broken forever and we can shout into the heavens, 'Free at last, free at last.' Reverend King had a dream. He died for his dream. We will live for his dream. Amen." Cheers filled the park. Taking her seat, she whispered in my ear, "Did you like it, son?" I nodded with conviction. Next rose a speaker who screamed out for revolution. All hope for a nonviolent solution terminated when Reverend King was shot dead, he said, his voice full of indignation and rage. "Brothers and sisters, rise from your slumber. We must fight fire with fire. The freedom of this nation was won by war, not peace. We must vow to exterminate our white oppressors and burn their cities." Half the crowd howled in support, while others sighed in shame. Soaked with sweat, the man shook his fist in frenzy. "They plot to keep us forever in the back of their buses and prisoners of the ghettos." Hatred ignited his eyes as he thrust his finger toward me, screaming, "Looky here, brothers and sisters, see this insidious white man. Today in our march, he shamelessly walks in front, leaving us black folk in the back. His supporters roared in fury. The man went on to identify me as the symbol of everything they despised. He thundered on, inciting vengeance and retribution. My friend leapt up to defend me, but her protest was muted by the man's fury as he now controlled the microphone and the majority of the crowd. Gripping me tenderly, she shook her head in dismay. "Son, I'm terribly sorry. I brought you to the front of the march, and God knows that. You trusted me, and now you're in jeopardy." She squeezed my hand and sighed. "You better leave now, and may God be with you." I crept from tree to tree away from the rally. My friend watched carefully, ready to rise and defend me if required. I was struck by the way so many people, even as they are yearning for equality and justice, focused on difference to the point of violence. Still, with a deep breath of relief, I left the park. I realized that my admiration for Dr. King and his followers had been heightened by the day's experience. I felt that faithful to their ideal, they fought oppression relentlessly from without and within. As I walked alone under the Florida sun, I recalled a passage that shed light on the experience. If a person does not have an ideal he's ready to die for, he has nothing really meaningful to live for. Then it came to me. Martin Luther King Jr. had a dream he lived and died for, and that dream changed the world. Wasn't that power in all of us if we pursued our calling? I completed 1 year at Miami-Dade. Summer break came, and I found myself standing alone on the edge of a highway in rural Pennsylvania. My thumb stretched upward, my wavy black hair draped down my back. It was a humid day, and I was headed to New York City to visit a friend. Just 19 years old, only 5'6", and hardly 120 pounds, I felt frail and vulnerable whenever I hitchhiked. 3 hours passed before a rusty 59 Plymouth slammed on its brakes and halted. I ran to the car and expressed my gratitude. Thank you very much, sir." A single middle finger thrust out from the window, and the sweating motorist inside scowled. "Get a job, you useless parasite." He shoved his stocky arm out the window, grabbed a length of my long hair, and jerked my face close to his. The stench of beer and tobacco blasted me. Spitting on the ground, he cursed. "Punk, if I had my shotgun, I'd shoot you dead." He swerved away, tires squealing. I coughed up the black smoke I'd inhaled from his exhaust pipes. Resentment swelled in my chest, but I wrestled to curb it. I was seeking a spiritual life. On roadsides, sometimes I felt like an open target for anyone suffering from anger or negativity. But I hoped all these difficulties might help me to grow. I knew I needed to learn the value of patience, perseverance, and prayer to overcome obstacles. In the summer of 1970, wearing one's hair long was not just a fashion. It was a statement of discontent, an aggressive challenge to the mainstream values driven by money, power, and prejudice. It was a signal of what I believed. My friends and I were living out our beliefs, protesting the war We'd been tear-gassed the year before at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, and conservative police often harassed us in our college town. All this simply because we yearned for a meaningful life with ideals we could live and die for. Although in my heart I bore malice toward no one, my appearance invited hateful reactions. Finally, after hours waiting for a ride, a friendly man picked me up and brought me to his home in Gettysburg. There I sat alone in a forest on the bank of a creek. The song of the babbling stream soothed my heart. The flowing waters swirled around both wood and stone. The creek seemed to know a secret that could unfold the mysteries of life. If only, like the running stream, I could follow my calling, I thought. Nature may whisper her secrets and guide me to my destiny. Days later, after I had arrived in New York, my friend Hackett took me to the Randall's Island Rock Festival. An array of bands from Jimi Hendrix to Mountain took the stage and played with abandon. I wandered away for a break and was approached by a young American with a shaved head. He wore white robes, and I took him to be a strange sort of monk. With no explanation, he handed me a pamphlet and asked for a donation. I told him I had no money, and as we were talking, another man approached, a pusher wanting to sell me hashish. When I repeated that I couldn't pay for anything, the two of them got into a debate together and wandered off. The monk forgot to take his pamphlet, and without giving it a second glance, I slipped it into my little bag. The next day, at Hackett's home in Brooklyn, I got a telephone call from Gary, asking me to come to Cherry Hill, New Jersey, to our friend Frank's house. When I got there, I found Gary and Frank kneeling over a map stretched out on the living room carpet. "We're going to Europe in a few days," Gary told me. "You've got to come." I was completely broke and had plans to go back to Chicago as I had a job for the summer. But Frank assured me that he had enough money for the three of us. "All right," I said. "I'll go." All that remained was to explain my plans to my parents in Highland Park. No one in my family had ever ventured outside America. How would my protective mother and father react? I traveled back to my childhood home to find out. Sitting at the round glass-topped dining table, I stared down at the homemade dinner my mother had prepared. She would personally cook a feast for us every evening. Neatly arranged on my plate was succulent lasagna, crispy Italian bread lavished with buttery garlic sauce, and buttered artichoke hearts. The aroma of sautéed herbs and spices wafted across the room. "I've decided to go on a trip to Europe with Gary," I announced. Blank faces stared back at me across the table as I nervously shook extra salt and pepper over my food. "It will be an education, don't you think?" No reply. I looked around the kitchen at the flowered wallpaper and at the hot point stove and refrigerator, both pink, my mother's favorite color. "We'll learn so many lessons, don't worry. I'll be back in September for college. We're leaving in 3 days." Silence. Mother looked as if she were receiving news of the death of a loved one. Richie, she sobbed suddenly, why do you have to do this? How will you eat? Where will you sleep? She anxiously shook her head and pleaded in a tender voice, you're just a boy. Who will protect you? My father sighed. My son, are you crazy? The world is a dangerous place. You are young and inexperienced. Anything could happen to you. Exhaling deeply, he added, I'd forbid you if I thought you'd listen, but you won't. He stared, silently pleading for me to change my resolve. But I ignored him. His voice choked with emotion. He told me, I will worry about you until the day you return. My little brother Larry exclaimed, Cool, I wish I could go. But seeing the torment of our parents, he grew sober. Richie, please, write sometimes. Chapter 2. On the day of my departure, I squeezed down the aisle of an airplane, trying not to knock anyone in the head with my duffel bag. Excuse me, ma'am, I said to a middle-aged American woman seated in the aisle. Can I get to my window seat? She jerked her head up and frowned, and I could hear her thinking, find another seat. I certainly preferred to do so, but the plane was full, and the passengers in the aisle behind me were impatient. I carefully squeezed past her to reach my assigned place. From beneath her bouffant, she glowered at my long hair. I chose to keep my attention out the window. Minutes later, I peeked from the corner of my eye only to be jolted by her unrelenting stare. A delay was announced. It was going to be a long flight. Time passed, and again I peeked sideways. But this time, instead of the lady with the bouffant hairdo, I saw a fascinating figure in black jeans, black boots, and a black sleeveless t-shirt. Silver bracelets circled his fair, thin arms. His long, straight hair was white as snow, as was his skin. His eyes were an albino pink, but his mischievous smile filled me with joy. This man looked so uncommon, yet so familiar. I had seen him before. Yes, he was a legendary rock and roll star, one of my favorites, Johnny Winter. What's happening, brother? I'm Johnny. They call me Little Monk. He greeted me with the soul brother's handshake. How did you get to the seat? I asked him. Someone else was here a minute ago. Johnny chuckled, and in his trademark Texan drawl replied, Man, was that woman sitting next to you uptight. She came storming down the aisle and brewed up a big old hassle, demanding another seat. She don't like our kind, Little Monk, but you know, that's all right. The stewardess swapped my seat to keep us brothers together. We had plenty of time to talk. I shared with him my spiritual longing, and he shared with me candid stories of his life. I told him that I had recently seen a great show of his in Florida with Janis Joplin. His slender body rocked with laughter. Never was there a wilder, crazier woman on either side of the Mississippi River, he said. Janis was confused, lusty, and stoned out, but a good kid. She was, he said, like a sister to him, but he worried for her. Little Janis is burning her candle from both ends. I don't know how long she'll last. Waxing serious, his pinkish eyes gazed into mine. You know, Little Monk, money and fame can destroy people. Say a little prayer for her. As the engine roared, we zoomed down the runway and soared into the sky. Our hearts seemed to fly as we talked of the great blues legends from Chicago and the Mississippi Delta. Johnny was supercharged on this topic. Soul brother, we can go on rapping forever. I ain't gonna sweat if this old plane never lands. Suddenly he noticed the harmonica attached to my belt and shouted, "You play the harp? Let's jam, man." In an instant, he had his harmonica in his hand. "Pick a song." "Do you know Mother-in-Law Blues by Little Junior Parker?" I asked. "Right on, man, right on." His thumb shot up. 30,000 feet in the sky, and to my great amazement, the famous Johnny Winter began to perform, with me as his partner. Older people stared in condemnation, while younger passengers smiled gleefully. The young airline hostesses, too, swayed in the aisle to a free concert. Absorbed in the blues, Johnny and I were oblivious. The plane landed at JFK in New York, and Johnny and I strolled into the terminal. At the gate, a beautiful Danish model was waiting for Johnny. Onlookers marveled. Thrilled to see me with Johnny Winter, Frank and Gary were impressed with my good luck. Gary stroked his wavy beard and beamed. "Hey, Monk," he joked, pointing at Johnny's girl. "Don't you wish she was waiting for you instead of us?" "Tonight," I replied, shaking their hands, "we'll begin our spiritual quest. I think I'll be less distracted with you guys." We arrived in Europe. On our first night in Luxembourg, we slept in the campground. Crammed into a single tent, the three of us lay in our sleeping bags full of anticipation for what the next day would bring. Finally, roosters crowed the arrival of dawn. Jumping out of the tent into the crisp morning air, Gary and I stretched, savoring our good fortune and breathing in the fragrance of evergreens and flowering trees. Suddenly, a shriek rang out. "No, God damn it, no!" Frank emerged from the tent, pale and tormented. "I've been robbed. All my money gone." Gary and I scrambled into the tent, searching everywhere. Frank had already given up. "I've searched. There's no use." Gary placed his palm on Frank's shoulder and whispered, "It's all right, brother. We'll take care of you." "Whatever we have is yours, Frank," I consoled him. "We don't need money. We have each other." Frank cast his head down, shook it back and forth, and announced that there was no way we could make it with what we had left. He was going home immediately. "You guys coming?" I had less than $20 of my own. Still, Gary's eyes met mine, and I silently transmitted my resolve to stay. He agreed, and we bid Frank, who spent only one night in Europe, a sad goodbye. As Frank slung his backpack over his shoulder and paced away back to the security of home, Gary and I pondered the mysteries that awaited us. Later that day, I found a creek to sit beside. The high trees danced in the wind, and the water flowed effortlessly. With Frank gone, I had almost nothing, but strangely, I felt free. Quick enough, Gary and I were invited to breakfast with some hippies from Holland. After sharing their muesli with us, Cosmas and Hush offered us a ride to the Netherlands. Soon we were cruising through the countryside of Belgium and Holland in their Volkswagen van, gazing out our open windows at vast fields carpeted with hundreds and thousands of red, yellow, white, pink, and violet tulips, all in perfect rows, blooming in the sunshine as the cassette player boomed out Donovan, the Beatles, and the Rolling Stones. After a stop in Abkoda, the idyllic home of one of our new friends, we arrived in Amsterdam, where we were led to an abandoned warehouse where dozens of hippies sprawled on the floor freely smoking marijuana. The lights were dim, rats scampered here and there. A shaggy band played on an improvised stage of rotting plywood stretched across milk crates. With hashish pipe in hand and a wild grin, Kush blurted, "I'll see you guys, maybe on my pilgrimage to Haight-Ashbury, the Mecca for hippies." Then he waved goodbye and disappeared into the smoke. In the days that followed, Gary and I learned to survive with practically no money at all. Early in the morning, we'd spend a few cents on a loaf of bread hot out of the baker's oven. Under a tree, we cut the loaf in half and relished it as our subsistence for the day. This shared loaf of dry bread was to become our daily diet wherever we traveled. On special occasions, we managed to procure a hunk of cheese, too. We usually slept either as guests in the homes of people we met, under trees, inside abandoned buildings, or in public crash pads. What little money we had, we tried to stretch for as long as possible. The European counterculture flocked to Amsterdam. Dam Square was the social center. Hundreds of seekers congregated in venues like Fantasio, Paradiso, and Melkweg to hang out and hear music. Another popular place was Cosmos, a spiritual nightclub. It was there one night that I met a tall American with partly shaved head, ponytail, and white robes. "Do you want some spiritual food?" he inquired. I nodded meekly. "Cup your hands." When I did, he dumped a huge ladle of fruit salad mixed with runny yogurt into them. As the concoction dripped down my arms, I stood there perplexed. "What do I do now?" I asked. "Eat it," he laughed, taking his leave. Little did I know that destiny would have us meet again, thousands of miles away, in a setting beyond my wildest imagination. Gary and I were making friends from the world over, but pleasant as it was, I was distracted. Something I could not comprehend was calling me. I found myself retreating to museums to contemplate religious art, or to Vondel Park to meditate and study spiritual books. But my favorite place was sitting over a canal. While the city might rage with a passion for power, wealth, and a multitude of pleasures, and while fashions and fads change like the seasons, the cool water of the canals seemed at total peace as it flowed through it all. I would sit for hours watching the water, wondering where the current of my life was leading me. We continued our expedition, using a little bit of the money we had saved for boat fares. We hitchhiked to the Hook of Holland and took a huge ferry across the English Channel to the United Kingdom. Gray clouds discharged a misty drizzle. The ship surrendered to the movement of the waves below, slowly moving up and down. As we lunged forward, cutting into the choppy sea, I mused on where I was heading. At 19, I ought to be preparing for a career, but I had no inclination to do so. Where was I going? Why couldn't I focus seriously on anything besides the ideals that filled my head? I had a vague concept of spirituality, but no hint of my future. I spotted a row of life preservers fastened to the side of the ferry and prayed to be thrown such a life preserver to rescue me from a sea of uncertainties. If a person does not have an ideal he's ready to die for, I recalled, he has nothing meaningful to live for. I left my homeland in search of that ideal, but I was like a leaf careening in the wind, not knowing where I was going. Suddenly, the stunning white cliffs of Dover appeared from behind a cloud of fog. The ferry soon docked at the coast, and we were funneled through British immigration. The officials stared at us with suspicion. Gary was about 5'8" and lean, his flowing brown hair, beard, and striking face evoking the frequent comment that he resembled Jesus Christ. He wore blue jeans, a green t-shirt, and canvas shoes. A raggedy old U.S. Army surplus backpack and sleeping bag were strapped to his shoulders. As for me, despite my long hair, my childish face could not for the life of it grow a mustache or beard. I wore gray pinstripe jeans, a gray turtleneck, and a black vest. For those who knew me, this simple black vest had become my trademark. I wore it every day for well over a year. A faded brown duffel bag and sleeping bag were slung over my shoulder, and moccasins covered my feet. Standing in line, we were the targets of unsavory stares and comments by government officials. When we reached the desk, we meekly held out our U.S. passports, only to be pulled into a room. Minutes later, 2 customs officials and a bobby entered, staring us down. The leader wore a gray suit and brown tie. He commanded, "Search them for drugs." Dumping the contents of my bag on the table, the officer found nothing but one green t-shirt, a pair of underpants, a toothbrush, hairbrush, a bar of soap, the Bible, and the little pamphlet from Randall's Island. The man grimaced. "That's all you have?" Timidly I responded, "That's it, sir. Besides this," I held out my harmonica. Gary, too, was searched. Then came the loaded question. "How much money are you carrying?" When we showed them our meager funds, their disgust turned to wrath. The leader's face reddened. "We don't need animals like you in our country," he spewed. "We'll cut off all your bloody hair and throw you in jail." Turning to a bobby, he ordered, "Get the scissors and cut their hair to the scalp." They then stripped us of all clothes and scrutinized every inch of our belongings. Next, they launched into a long interrogation that seared our minds. Finally, with the words, "You're in big trouble," they stormed out of the room. Anxiety-stricken, Gary and I could not speak a word. We passed an hour in isolation, anxiously awaiting word of our fates. Eventually, 2 bobbies flung open the doors, grabbed us by the arms, and drove us down a corridor. When we reached the customs, they shoved us through the gate with the words, "One wrong move and you're in jail." They stamped our passports, and we were free. Still shaken, we found ourselves on the roadside, grateful for the beauty of the English countryside, our thumbs out. A car stopped, and we jumped in. A young girl and her boyfriend smiled while their Scottish terrier leaped on our legs. "Where are you going?" the girl asked. "We're not sure," Gary answered. The boy swigged from a bottle of beer and said, "We're traveling ahead to a rock festival at the Isle of Wight. It will be a jolly good time. Would you like to join us, mates?" Gary and I smiled in agreement, and we were off, the barking terrier licking at our faces. We crossed by ferry to the island and were soon cast into the swarming multitude of the counterculture. The enormous gathering was set amid green hills and valleys. At the fences, angry police with attack dogs battled against ticketless pilgrims as the bands played on. 3 days and nights of sensational performances were in full swing. Marijuana smoke filled the air, and people were dropping acid left and right. Men and women slid together down the hillsides in the mud, and more half-naked bodies writhed in the time to the music. One night, while rains poured out of the sky, Gary and I were not far from the stage when Jimi Hendrix came on to perform. He wore an orange velvet suit with flowing sleeves, but seemed otherwise quite subdued. Gone was the guitar-burning showman I'd seen before. Tonight, he was very much the serious musician. He played his warped, woofing version of the Star-Spangled Banner. Here was one of the icons of my generation, a prophet of the counterculture, delivering a message of freedom to express oneself without taboos, of rebellion against the establishment. To my mind, the message was to follow my heart, regardless of popular opinion. The music was thunderous and seemed to shake the hills, stir the sea, and scatter the clouds. But the silent call within me, one I couldn't yet name, seemed louder still. After the concert, Gary and I were picked up by a van packed with rowdy travelers headed for London. Seeking refuge, I looked through my bag and picked out the pamphlet the strange monk on Randall's Island had given me. On the back cover was a photograph of a man sitting under a tree. His large almond-shaped eyes appeared to be glistening with ecstasy. Although he was very old, his expression shone with the innocence of a child. He was dressed in a turtleneck, and his smile radiated peace. I did not know who he was or even where he was from, but I was struck. If anyone in this creation has spiritual bliss, I thought, it's this person. Sometime later, we were staying in a small apartment in a suburb of London with some brothers we'd met at the Isle of Wight. One of the brothers was reading the newspaper. His face turned pale, and he looked up and groaned aloud. "What is it?" we asked him. "I've got bloody bad news for you, mates. Jimi Hendrix is dead." "No. What happened?" I asked. Our host placed the newspaper down as if in slow motion. "The London paper says that last night he overdosed on sleeping pills and choked on his vomit." Gary dropped his head into his hands. I felt as if the wind had been knocked out of me. What should I learn from this, I asked myself. Hendrix had everything the world craves, and at such a young age. Wealth, fame, and amazing talent. But he was dissatisfied. This idol for our generation became a victim of his own excesses. Thousands were proclaiming sex, drugs, and rock and roll as the progressive way to live. Freedom was the highest value. But were they really free? I thought of the wonderful people I'd met who were part of the counterculture, but also of those who seemed merely wild and ungrateful. I thought of how gratitude had been the most important value my mother and father had taught my brothers and me. Did I really want to be a part of all of this? I certainly did not fit in with my parents' generation. Where would I fit in? Please, God, show me. With these thoughts, I offered a prayer for Jimmy. I was already beginning to feel disillusioned with the movement that I had rejected social and family norms to join. I'd once had a dream that the counterculture would create an enlightened world, but now I felt that the more destructive elements of the movement, such as rebellion for rebellion's sake and for the sake of personal pleasure, had won out. With the useless, tragic death of Jimi Hendrix, my dream had all but died. Still, like a man on the verge of death may struggle for one last chance to survive, I was about to dive into the excesses of my generation like never before. In London, Gary and I explored Piccadilly Circus among acid heads, potheads, and seekers of peace, all dressed in flamboyant attire. Hippies rapped, drug pushers and prostitutes solicited, bobbies scrutinized, skinheads growled, and tourists snapped photos of the bizarre scene. On Lambeth Road across the river from the British Parliament, we met a Catholic priest who sympathized with young travelers. Each night at 9, he opened the stone basement of his church for young people to sleep on the floor for free. We had to leave at 9 in the morning, and nothing was provided but the cold, hard floor. Still, it was a place to crash, and travelers brought their own sleeping bags. Finding a spot on the floor every night, I maneuvered through this room, packed with unwashed bodies, the air thick with the smell of hashish. When the lights were out, it got very dark. Soon I began to hear the sounds of couples having sex, moaning and rolling around. Sometimes I caught sight of people lighting little candles in the far corners of the room, strapping off their arms and shooting heroin in the candlelight. Affected by this atmosphere, I smoked more hashish and marijuana than ever before, and on the surface began to fit in more with the crowd. But while those around me socialized, I retreated within myself. I often found myself wondering why I was bothering to indulge at all. Often after Gary had gone in to find his sleeping place, I would sit, sometimes for hours, on the bank of the River Thames. The massive sheet of flowing water had a hypnotic effect on my mind, and I would question the life I was leading. I looked up at the relentless hands of Big Ben and wondered if I was just wasting my time. Another part of me felt a dire need to prove myself once and for all, that I could break out of my shyness and just enjoy life like never before. For one thing, here I was, 19, and I had never had a girlfriend. In my shyness, I had always been more comfortable listening to music in my room or hanging out with friends than I was on dates. Many propositions had come to me, but I shied away, fearing I might lose my freedom, or even worse, break a nice girl's heart. But all around me now, other guys were bragging about their sexual conquests. I was sick of being different. I met some girls trying to make the scene and flirted more seriously than ever. Still, my efforts felt empty. A force within me was dragging me away from it all. Battling against that inner force, I was determined to be victorious, to experience firsthand the unrestricted pleasures glorified by society. Was it the Lord in my heart I was fighting? Yes, I silently boasted, and I'm winning the battle. But late at night, when I came back to the river, gazing down into the current, I felt ashamed. I was winning, but I felt lost. One evening, I closed my eyes and sat in silent meditation among a sea of pigeons at Trafalgar Square. Circled by shouting children, chattering tourists, and the honking evening traffic, I felt I was connected to a universe within myself, far more substantial than anything around me. Taking a deep breath, I smiled. My conception of my body seemed to evaporate, and I felt my mind merging into an ocean of peace. By comparison, my attempts at gaining sensual pleasure or overcoming my natural introspection seemed irrelevant. Opening my eyes, I visualized downtown London transfiguring into a beautiful family made up of marble lions, Lord Nelson on his column, and all the pigeons, tourists, businessmen, shoppers, and beggars. I strolled across the street and was given a cup of barley soup and a bread slice from a church charity, which I relished along with the homeless. Then with sincere reverence, I entered the church, St. Martin's of the Fields, where I sat on a wooden pew and absorbed myself in reading the Holy Bible. There, a particular passage struck my heart. Lord Jesus instructed his followers, "Come out from among men and be separate." I pondered this. Why should I waste my life trying to fit in with the social fashions of my peers? Why not try to live on my own terms, and hopefully someday on God's terms? Traveling by ferry across the English Channel, Gary and I disembarked in Calais, France. It was a sunny day with birds warbling in delicately formed trees. Fine grasses in lush pastures yielded to the gentle wind. We relished our freedom. Now we could go wherever we pleased. "Hey, monk, where to next? Your wish is my command." Gary's green eyes glistened with adventure as we stood on the side of a country road in western France. "The world is at your beck and call." From the back pocket of his jeans, he pulled a tattered map of Western Europe and pointed to various places. Morocco, Spain, Paris, Rome, Switzerland, Germany. Where? "Where would you like to go, Gary?" "Everywhere, but in which order? That is the question." Thinking for a moment, I remembered the streams I so often studied and stretched my arms toward the sky. We should surrender our destiny to the will of God. Gary laughed, threw down his backpack, and sat on it. Mimicking my gesture, he responded, "What does that mean?" "What would you like it to mean?" I asked. Gary mockingly joined his palms in prayer. "You spend your days studying scriptures and meditating while I'm hanging out." Again stretching his arms to the sky, he said, "You decide how we should surrender our destiny to the will of God." Plucking a yellow wildflower from the ground, I declared, "Like this." Gary said, "You want us to sit here forever like that flower?" "Look, Gary, from a small seed buried in the dirt, this flower has grown into what it is, a beautiful blossom, basking in the sunshine, How? By surrendering her destiny to the will of God. Gary said, "You win, brother, but how does your fancy poetry translate into a hitchhiker's language?" I smelled the flower and had an idea. Whenever a car stops for us, what are the first words they always ask? You play the role of the driver, and I'll be us. Gary shrugged his shoulders. "Hello, where are you going?" I replied, "Where are you going?" "To Casablanca," he said, pretending to steer a car. I clapped my hands. "Perfect. That's where we are going." Handing him the flower, I asked, "What do you think, Gary? Every time we stand on the side of the road, our destiny will be a mystery to be revealed by the next ride." Leaping up, Gary patted me on the back and exclaimed, "That's it. Wherever our ride is going, that's where we're going." He cast the wildflower into the wind. Days later, after passing through villages and towns, we found ourselves on the outskirts of Paris. As we came closer to the city, we burned with anticipation. The Louvre, the Eiffel Tower, magnificent monuments, palaces, and cafes were only a few miles away. But fate had other plans for us. The first ride we got took us to Geneva, Switzerland, where we were soon meditating at the shore of a placid, crescent-shaped lake. At a youth hostel, we shared a dormitory with about 25 others. One of our roommates, Jim, had recently been honorably discharged from the U.S. Army. Jim had a fascination for books on Eastern mysticism, and we spent hours talking. He was lean, strong, and eager for adventure, having been cooped up in the Army for several years. One day, out of curiosity, Jim asked, "Monk, with the Vietnam War raging, how is it you never got drafted?" I told him how the draft board had accidentally typed the wrong birth date onto my records. Later, when the draft lottery was held and the nation watched, sitting on pins and needles, they pulled out one birth date after another. The early draws were the first to be drafted. My actual birth date came up at the beginning of the draft, but the mistaken one was drawn near the end, and those called later were never called to service. Jim looked out into the sky, rubbed his chin, shook his head, and mused for a minute, then remarked, "Maybe it wasn't the draft board's mistake. Maybe God has other plans for you." Jim invited Gary and me to come with him through Italy on his way to Morocco, and we agreed. Near Genoa, the city of Christopher Columbus, we loaded into his Volkswagen Beetle with all the money he'd accumulated in the military, including electronics he planned to sell for profit in the U.S. Terraced hills gave way to the Mediterranean Sea. Afternoon sunshine played on deep blue waters, and we took a break to swim. When we got back to the Beetle, to Jim's horror, everything inside was gone. We went down to the police station to file a report, and matters got even worse. To our shock, the police, shouting and jabbing their fingers in our faces, shoved us into a prison cell. As the heavy steel door slammed shut, a chill ran up my spine. Their chief approached us. "You have two choices," he barked. "Remain in jail or get out of our town and never return." Of course, we chose the latter. In the darkness of night, a squad car with red lights flashing on the roof escorted us up to the city limits. That was our first day in Italy. We drove until morning when we reached a telegraph office. Jim contacted his comrades in Germany who wired him gas fare to return to his military base. Again, Gary and I were on our own. We stood on the roadside, wondering what was next. "Hey, monk, do you think we're bad luck? First Frank and now Jim. Whoever tries to help us loses everything." "I don't know, Gary. Maybe there's a reason for all this." Gary looked back down the road from where we came. "Do you really think there's a reason for everything?" "Yes, I believe there must be a beautiful plan behind it all." Gary nodded. "I also believe." With that, we stuck out our thumbs and waited to see what fate had planned for us next. Chapter 3. Set like a magnificent jewel in the heart of Florence sits the Cathedral of Santa Maria del Fiore. Completed in 1367, its enormous dome and historical carvings attract throngs of tourists. While the bustling crowd snapped photographs on the steps outside, I sat alone in the pews of the inner sanctuary. I had visited churches throughout Europe and always felt at home in them. Now, in the presence of the holy altar, I prayed for spiritual direction. A stream of the faithful knelt down to pray as well. Aristocrats and peasants alike fell to their knees in appeal before the Almighty. I wondered what they were praying for. Were they begging the Lord for success in their endeavors or relief from misfortune? Were they petitioning money, fame, or vengeance? Or maybe they were begging for unconditional love. As for me, I questioned my own motivations for traveling. Was I neglecting my responsibility to society by not getting a job? Was I trying to escape it due to some inner weakness? I searched my heart. At the beginning of my journey, I had hoped to break out of my shell, push past my inhibitions, and experience the joy that the world promises, thinking that that would bring me closer to God. But I now felt that the distractions of the trip were dragging me away from my cherished goal. My heart yearned for a spiritual experience. Gazing up into the massive dome, I pressed my hands together and prayed. I don't really know who you are, but I do believe that you hear my prayers. I long for your presence. Feeling tiny, I looked up at the enormous stone arches and the towering walls. The sun shone through stained glass windows, illuminating the massive octagonal dome and casting a veil of soft light on the marble saints. Touched by the sun and surrounded by candles, the holy altar glowed. There, an almost life-size figure of Lord Jesus, cast in bronze, hung from a wooden crucifix. Here was the symbol that true love and compassion brings with it a willingness to endure suffering for those we love. Above in the dome, an enormous painting depicted the miseries of hell and the glories of heaven and was crowned by the risen Lord encircled by angels. While I gazed up at the holy crucifix, a passage I had memorized, the words of Jesus, spoke through my heart. Seek ye first the kingdom of God, and all these things shall be added unto you. For where your treasure is, there will be your heart also. A chill tingled up my spine. My limbs trembled, my cheeks quivered, and my head felt hollow and light. Gripped with both shame and sorrow, I suddenly felt lost and alone, like an orphan. I envisioned the pilgrims around me to be frozen like the statues behind them. Those statues glowed. Now they appeared to be breathing. Then another biblical passage echoed in my mind. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of God. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. In these words, I felt a shower of forgiveness that seemed to bathe me with a new life. Emerging from the silence, a pipe organ filled the sanctuary with a song that lifted my heart beyond the peak of the dome. Feeling alone and naked in the presence of the Lord, I wept. I felt so free. The internal battle I fought in London was over. In that confluence of indecision, I once and for all chose the river that flowed toward my spiritual aspiration. I knew that I would never turn back. That night I wandered alone into a forest and sat on the low remnants of an ancient dividing wall. There, under the moonlight, I played my harmonica. I shared my deepest feelings with the instrument. Like a dear friend, it patiently listened, responding with a song that sent my mind deep within to find solace and wisdom. My joys, sorrows, and cravings were freely expressed as I played the blues. I was crying out for my lost love, God. Hours passed as I played and played. Suddenly I was startled by the figure of a young woman standing nearby in the silvery moonlight. Shyly, she stepped forward. "I'm Irene," she said, explaining that she'd been listening for hours. "Your music touches me. Can I sit close by as you play?" "If you like," I replied. Timidly, I played on for some time, but it wasn't the same. Then in my shyness, I stole a glimpse at her. Irene was as beautiful as a girl could be. Her every gesture expressed with modesty and grace. Nervously pushing her long, light brown hair from her delicate face, she spoke softly. "I come from a village in Switzerland. I'm on holiday to seek spiritual friends." Tears welled in her hazel eyes. She spoke of her disappointment with the people she'd met, who were after selfish pleasures. She told me how she longed to be closer to God. "From your song, I believe you are also on a spiritual search. Please tell me." We spoke for several hours about our lives and our longings. It was alarming how much we had in common. Her soft cheeks glistened with tears. She took a deep breath, highlighting her charming form. "I have been praying for a companion. Please take me with you wherever you go." I listened in awe as she proposed, in her sincere manner, that we share love as we search for enlightenment. With a tender gaze, she concluded, "Please consider my appeal." I told her I would. We spent the next day together visiting museums, strolling through parks, and exchanging our thoughts. She was unlike any other woman I had met. I was enthralled. In the evening, as I shared bread with Gary on a grassy hill, another girl, a stranger to me, climbed up to where we ate, studied my eyes, and placed a letter in my hand. Retreating alone to the forest, I found that the letter was from Irene. She wrote that unless I accepted her plea, it would be too painful for her to ever see me again. If I do not hear from you, she wrote, I will understand. I spent that night walking alone through the forest. Was this a temptation to divert me from my spiritual path? Or was it a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to share my life with a gentle, beautiful angel? I pondered the strangeness of it all. Just hours before I'd met her in the cathedral, I had the deepest spiritual experience of my life, committing myself before the altar of the Lord. If Irene had come a day before, how could I have resisted her? She was everything I could ever want in a girl, and I felt deep affection and attraction for her. I could imagine her as an ideal partner in my life. I didn't know her well, but I knew that to say no would break her heart and mine. Once again, I found myself at a confluence. There were two streams that could lead me to enlightenment, one that offered the pleasure of a beautiful companion, and the other a path I would take alone, offering my whole energy for the divine. I walked and walked that night in contemplation and prayer. Could I really give up a chance at earthly love? Gazing into the sky full of stars, I considered Catholic saints, Tibetan lamas, and yogis of India, who all chose lives of renunciation in their passion for enlightenment. They forsook life's pleasures to answer the call of exclusive dedication. I longed to follow in their footsteps. I knew it would be difficult, but with God's help, I decided to try, at least for now. Under the moonlight, a tear fell on my address book as I scratched out Irene's name. I never told Gary about her. He would never know unless he could translate the song of my harmonica. Although the summer was ending and the date was approaching for us to return to college, family, and friends back home, Gary and I recognized that we could not turn back. Our search for enlightenment was only beginning. A few days later, we found ourselves in Rome. Just behind the hostel was a forested hill where Gary and I slept under the starlit sky. Much of the day I wandered away from my friend in search of solitude. One day I came upon an ancient monastery and entered its small chapel. As I knelt down and prayed, an elderly monk tapped me from behind. "Can I help you?" he asked. His white hair was partially shaven on the top of his head. He was tall and wore a brown robe. Clean but tattered, it fell in one piece from his shoulders to his feet. A rope was tied around his waist, and worn leather sandals covered his feet. His appearance inspired my reverence. Speaking slowly, I said, "Please, Your Holiness, if you think I am worthy, tell me about your spiritual path." pull on me. One afternoon, Gary and I wandered into a bookstore in Rome. We often visited bookstores and scanned books at random for inspirational passages. Today, one book caught my attention: How to Play Blues Harmonica. Leafing through, I found lessons on the styles of the great masters of the field and songs of all my favorites: Sonny Boy Williamson, Little Walter, Howlin' Wolf, Jimmy Reed, Slim Harpo, Sonny Terry, Junior Wells, John Mayall, Paul Butterfield, and others. It would be a perfect manual to travel with, but I couldn't afford it. Would I ever find such a book again? I didn't think so. My lower nature overcame me. Cautiously, peering to both sides, I discreetly slipped the book under my vest and walked out. When we returned to our campsite on the forest hill, I revealed my treasure to Gary. He smiled in approval. Days later, we visited the Basilica of St. Peter on a day the Pope delivered a sermon. Hours passed as we wandered through Rome and came upon a beautiful church. Sitting on heavy wooden pews intricately carved long ago, we spent a grateful hour meditating and praying in a cavernous sanctuary softly lit by candles. Later, hitchhiking, we reached a busy Roman intersection, and Gary proudly unveiled an intricately carved wooden crucifix of Jesus. I took it in my hands and marveled at its beauty. "Where did you get this?" I asked. "From the confession booth at that church," Gary replied cheerfully. "What?" I thrust it back to him. "You stole this from the house of God? How could you do such a thing? I'm ashamed of you." Gary's eyes flared. "Monk, who are you to preach to me? Didn't you steal that harmonica book? Don't be a hypocrite." He was right. I felt ashamed and defeated. I had no right to criticize him, but I had to speak my mind. "Yes, I stole it, but from a money-making business, not from a holy place." Gary's passions were high. Above the noise of the traffic, he protested. "The church is one of the biggest money-making businesses in the world. They make billions of dollars, while that bookstore is probably owned by a religious man struggling to make ends meet." As we argued, a crowd of pedestrians circled around us, and cars stopped to view the conflict. I strained to speak over the roar of the buses. "Maybe you're right, but still, we worship God in that church. I can't bear that you stole from that place of all places. Please, brother, bring it back. Do this for me." Gary's rage melted into a calm smile. He embraced me and, apologizing, agreed to return the cross. "I'm sorry too, Gary. I know I'm wrong, but thank you very much." Gary and I hitchhiked back to the church to return the stolen crucifix. It wasn't until night that we returned to our camp in the woods. We laughed about our dispute, agreeing it had deepened our connection and proved our loyalty to each other. While lying on my back, inside my sleeping bag, I stared into the stars and fretted. I'm a hypocrite. Was it not hypocrites that nailed Jesus to that crucifix? How dishonest it is to preach, but not practice. Breaking the silence, as if reading my mind, Gary said, "Monk, please don't return that harmonica book. Everyone likes the new songs you're playing." I kept the book for as long as it took to learn as much as I could from it. Just before we left Rome, I went back to the bookstore and slipped the book back on the shelf I'd taken it from. In Rome, as I had in so many other places, I took refuge on a river bank. Looking across the Tiber, I reflected on how this river had flowed through the rise and fall of the Roman Empire, and ever since. Generations and civilizations had perished, and the magnificent buildings of Rome had become ruins. But all the while, the Tiber flowed on, carrying wisdom I longed to know. Observing the current, I pondered my joys, sorrows, and trials while in Italy. I saw the robbery of poor Jim, our benefactor soldier. I remembered the priceless blessing I received in the Cathedral of Santa Maria del Fiore. My thoughts then flowed back to Irene, that sweet angel whom I had deemed an obstacle to my path. In the swishing currents of the Tiber, I heard the words of wisdom spoken by the Franciscan monk in that dark underground chamber. Then with shame, I recalled my hypocrisy in stealing and then condemning my best friend for doing the same. Through it all, I felt a divine hand guiding me to invaluable lessons. As the water flowed, I began to contemplate the life of St. Francis. In his youth, he despised the sight of lepers, but when touched by God's grace, he kissed the hand of a leper in sympathy, with a will to serve. A calling awoke in my mind to visit Assisi. Separating from Gary for some days, I made the pilgrimage. Once there, I read stories of St. Francis's life in the very places they were enacted. The son of a wealthy merchant, Francis had served as a soldier as a young man. But in 1205, while praying in the convent of St. Damiano, Lord Jesus, from the church crucifix, called upon Francis to restore the church in decay. It was a moment of transformation. Committed to a life of self-imposed poverty, humility, and devotion, he attracted many to follow. In St. Damiano's, I passed several days in contemplation on the transformation of St. Francis. Visiting his childhood home, I saw the closet where his father had imprisoned him for fear that he would renounce the world, and from which Francis tricked his mother into releasing him. I saw the Cathedral of Angels, where he began his ministry and where years later he breathed his last. I returned to Gary in Rome, taking with me in my heart the inspiration of St. Francis's renunciation, compassion, and ecstasies of spiritual love. From Rome, we hitchhiked to Naples, then on to the legendary city of Pompeii. I was struck by the fact that it had been a thriving township until Mount Vesuvius erupted. Now, centuries later, we walked through the ruins of the ancient civilization, marveling at all that had been excavated from layers of solidified lava. Perfect molds of human bodies were formed in the ashes. Animals, buildings, roads, and hundreds of artifacts were preserved in the hardened lava. I found myself lost in thought. What could we learn from the tragedy of Pompeii? At any moment, disaster can come upon anyone. In our complacency, we fail to grasp the impermanence of all that is material. I thought of the bubonic plague that had ravaged Europe. the atomic bomb that leveled Hiroshima, the earthquakes and fires that had destroyed cities in America. Through the history of mankind, the powers of nature take everything away from us. Why put off seeking the eternal jewel of enlightenment? Now is the time. As Mount Vesuvius had erupted, leaving a civilization in ashes, there had erupted from my heart an exclusive commitment to the path of spirituality, to leave all else in the ashes of my past. After the concert, Gary and I were picked up by a van packed with rowdy travelers headed for London. Seeking refuge, I looked through my bag and picked out the pamphlet the strange monk on Randall's Island had given me. On the back cover was a photograph of a man sitting under a tree. His large almond-shaped eyes appeared to be glistening with ecstasy. Although he was very old, his expression shone with the innocence of a child. He was dressed in a turtleneck, and his smile radiated peace. I did not know who he was or even where he was from, but I was struck. If anyone in this creation has spiritual bliss, I thought, it's this person. Sometime later, we were staying in a small apartment in a suburb of London with some brothers we'd met at the Isle of Wight. One of the brothers was reading the newspaper. His face turned pale, and he looked up and groaned aloud. "What is it?" we asked him. "I've got bloody bad news for you, mates. Jimi Hendrix is dead." "No. What happened?" I asked. Our host placed the newspaper down as if in slow motion. "The London paper says that last night he overdosed on sleeping pills and choked on his vomit." Gary dropped his head into his hands. I felt as if the wind had been knocked out of me. What should I learn from this, I asked myself. Hendrix had everything the world craves, and at such a young age. Wealth, fame, and amazing talent. But he was dissatisfied. This idol for our generation became a victim of his own excesses. Thousands were proclaiming sex, drugs, and rock and roll as the progressive way to live. Freedom was the highest value. But were they really free? I thought of the wonderful people I'd met who were part of the counterculture, but also of those who seemed merely wild and ungrateful. I thought of how gratitude had been the most important value my mother and father had taught my brothers and me. Did I really want to be a part of all of this? I certainly did not fit in with my parents' generation. Where would I fit in? Please, God, show me. With these thoughts, I offered a prayer for Jimmy. I was already beginning to feel disillusioned with the movement that I had rejected social and family norms to join. I'd once had a dream that the counterculture would create an enlightened world, but now I felt that the more destructive elements of the movement, such as rebellion for rebellion's sake, and for the sake of personal pleasure, had won out. With the useless, tragic death of Jimi Hendrix, my dream had all but died. Still, like a man on the verge of death may struggle for one last chance to survive, I was about to dive into the excesses of my generation. like never before. In London, Gary and I explored Piccadilly Circus among acid heads, potheads, and seekers of peace, all dressed in flamboyant attire. Hippies rapped, drug pushers and prostitutes solicited, bobbies scrutinized, skinheads growled, and tourists snapped photos of the bizarre scene. On Lambeth Road across the river from the British Parliament, we met a Catholic priest who sympathized with young travelers. Each night at 9, he opened the stone basement of his church for young people to sleep on the floor for free. We had to leave at 9 in the morning, and nothing was provided but the cold, hard floor. Still, it was a place to crash, and travelers brought their own sleeping bags. Finding a spot on the floor every night, I maneuvered through this room, packed with unwashed bodies, the air thick with the smell of hashish. When the lights were out, it got very dark. Soon I began to hear the sounds of couples having sex, moaning and rolling around. Sometimes I caught sight of people lighting little candles in the far corners of the room, strapping off their arms and shooting heroin in the candlelight. Affected by this atmosphere, I smoked more hashish and marijuana than ever before, and on the surface began to fit in more with the crowd. But while those around me socialized, I retreated within myself. I often found myself wondering why I was bothering to indulge at all. Often after Gary had gone in to find his sleeping place, I would sit, sometimes for hours, on the bank of the River Thames. The massive sheet of flowing water had a hypnotic effect on my mind, and I would question the life I was leading. I looked up at the relentless hands of Big Ben and wondered if I was just wasting my time. Another part of me felt a dire need to prove myself once and for all, that I could break out of my shyness and just enjoy life like never before. For one thing, here I was, 19, and I had never had a girlfriend. In my shyness, I had always been more comfortable listening to music in my room or hanging out with friends than I was on dates. Many propositions had come to me, but I shied away, fearing I might lose my freedom, or even worse, break a nice girl's heart. But all around me now, other guys were bragging about their sexual conquests. I was sick of being different. I met some girls trying to make the scene and flirted more seriously than ever. Still, my efforts felt empty. A force within me was dragging me away from it all. Battling against that inner force, I was determined to be victorious, to experience firsthand the unrestricted pleasures glorified by society. Was it the Lord in my heart I was fighting? Yes, I silently boasted, and I'm winning the battle. But late at night, when I came back to the river, gazing down into the current, I felt ashamed. I was winning, but I felt lost. One evening, I closed my eyes and sat in silent meditation among a sea of pigeons at Trafalgar Square. Circled by shouting children, chattering tourists, and the honking evening traffic, I felt I was connected to a universe within myself, far more substantial than anything around me. Taking a deep breath, I smiled. My conception of my body seemed to evaporate, and I felt my mind merging into an ocean of peace. By comparison, my attempts at gaining sensual pleasure or overcoming my natural introspection seemed irrelevant. Opening my eyes, I visualized downtown London transfiguring into a beautiful family made up of marble lions, Lord Nelson on his column, and all the pigeons, tourists, businessmen, shoppers, and beggars. I strolled across the street and was given a cup of barley soup and a bread slice from a church charity, which I relished along with the homeless. Then with sincere reverence, I entered the church, St. Martin's of the Fields, where I sat on a wooden pew and absorbed myself in reading the Holy Bible. There, a particular passage struck my heart. Lord Jesus instructed his followers, "Come out from among men and be separate." I pondered this. Why should I waste my life trying to fit in with the social fashions of my peers? Why not try to live on my own terms, and hopefully someday on God's terms? Traveling by ferry across the English Channel, Gary and I disembarked in Calais, France. It was a sunny day with birds warbling in delicately formed trees. Fine grasses in lush pastures yielded to the gentle wind. We relished our freedom. Now we could go wherever we pleased. "Hey, monk, where to next? Your wish is my command." Gary's green eyes glistened with adventure as we stood on the side of a country road in western France. "The world is at your beck and call." From the back pocket of his jeans, he pulled a tattered map of Western Europe and pointed to various places. Morocco, Spain, Paris, Rome, Switzerland, Germany. Where? "Where would you like to go, Gary?" "Everywhere, but in which order? That is the question." Thinking for a moment, I remembered the streams I so often studied and stretched my arms toward the sky. We should surrender our destiny to the will of God. Gary laughed, threw down his backpack, and sat on it. Mimicking my gesture, he responded, "What does that mean?" "What would you like it to mean?" I asked. Gary mockingly joined his palms in prayer. "You spend your days studying scriptures and meditating while I'm hanging out." Again stretching his arms to the sky, he said, "You decide how we should surrender our destiny to the will of God." Plucking a yellow wildflower from the ground, I declared, "Like this." Gary said, "You want us to sit here forever like that flower?" "Look, Gary, from a small seed buried in the dirt, this flower has grown into what it is, a beautiful blossom, basking in the sunshine. How? By surrendering her destiny to the will of God." Gary said, "You win, brother, but how does your fancy poetry translate into a hitchhiker's language?" I smelled the flower and had an idea. Whenever a car stops for us, what are the first words they always ask? You play the role of the driver, and I'll be us. Gary shrugged his shoulders. "Hello, where are you going?" I replied, "Where are you going?" "To Casablanca," he said, pretending to steer a car. I clapped my hands. "Perfect. That's where we are going." Handing him the flower, I asked, "What do you think, Gary? Every time we stand on the side of the road, our destiny will be a mystery to be revealed by the next ride." Leaping up, Gary patted me on the back and exclaimed, "That's it. Wherever our ride is going, that's where we're going." He cast the wildflower into the wind. Days later, after passing through villages and towns, we found ourselves on the outskirts of Paris. As we came closer to the city, we burned with anticipation. The Louvre, the Eiffel Tower, magnificent monuments, palaces, and cafes were only a few miles away. But fate had other plans for us. The first ride we got took us to Geneva, Switzerland, where we were soon meditating at the shore of a placid, crescent-shaped lake. At a youth hostel, we shared a dormitory with about 25 others. One of our roommates, Jim, had recently been honorably discharged from the U.S. Army. Jim had a fascination for books on Eastern mysticism, and we spent hours talking. He was lean, strong, and eager for adventure, having been cooped up in the Army for several years. One day, out of curiosity, Jim asked, "Monk, with the Vietnam War raging, how is it you never got drafted?" I told him how the draft board had accidentally typed the wrong birth date onto my records. Later, when the draft lottery was held and the nation watched, sitting on pins and needles, they pulled out one birth date after another. The early draws were the first to be drafted. My actual birth date came up at the beginning of the draft, but the mistaken one was drawn near the end, and those called later were never called to service. Jim looked out into the sky, rubbed his chin, shook his head, and mused for a minute, then remarked, "Maybe it wasn't the draft board's mistake. Maybe God has other plans for you." Jim invited Gary and me to come with him through Italy on his way to Morocco, and we agreed. Near Genoa, the city of Christopher Columbus, we loaded into his Volkswagen Beetle with all the money he'd accumulated in the military, including electronics he planned to sell for profit in the U.S. Terraced hills gave way to the Mediterranean Sea. Afternoon sunshine played on deep blue waters, and we took a break to swim. When we got back to the Beetle, to Jim's horror, everything inside was gone. We went down to the police station to file a report, and matters got even worse. To our shock, the police, shouting and jabbing their fingers in our faces, shoved us into a prison cell. As the heavy steel door slammed shut, a chill ran up my spine. Their chief approached us. "You have two choices," he barked. "Remain in jail or get out of our town and never return." Of course, we chose the latter. In the darkness of night, a squad car with red lights flashing on the roof escorted us up to the city limits. That was our first day in Italy. We drove until morning when we reached a telegraph office. Jim contacted his comrades in Germany, who wired him gas fare to return to his military base. Again, Gary and I were on our own. We stood on the roadside, wondering what was next. "Hey, Monk, do you think we're bad luck? First Frank and now Jim. Whoever tries to help us loses everything." "I don't know, Gary. Maybe there's a reason for all this." Gary looked back down the road from where we came. "Do you really think there's a reason for everything?" "Yes, I believe there must be a beautiful plan behind it all." Gary nodded. "I also believe." With that, we stuck out our thumbs and waited to see what fate had planned for us next. Chapter 4. From Pompeii, we hitchhiked to the port of Brindisi, and using the very last of the cash we had managed to hold on to, sailed to the Greek island of Corfu, the ancient Corcyra, written about by Homer in the Odyssey. Each day there I would wander alone onto a mountainside that bloomed with olive and fig trees. Looking out over the Ionian Sea, I sat under a pomegranate tree and read the book of Tao, the Bhagavad Gita, and the Bible, eager to learn as much as possible from various teachers. Breathing the fresh Mediterranean air inspired contemplation. We crossed the mainland and hitchhiked toward Athens. As we soared along the roadways, I marveled at the unique terrain, language, and customs of Europe. I had come from the American Midwest, and the varieties were mind-expanding to me. I gazed through the window and found myself lost in contemplation. All my life I had been conditioned to interpret reality a certain way according to the culture in which I was raised. Why was it that we humans seemed to have a deep-rooted proclivity to feel superior to others, particularly in regard to nationality, race, religion, or social position? We think that our condition is normal and others are strange or inferior. This judgmental pride degenerates us into bigotry or sectarianism, generating hatred, fear, exploitation, and even war. I prayed that my travels would open my mind and provide sympathy for how other cultures viewed life, the world, and God. After reaching Athens, I wrote a letter to my family in suburban Chicago, telling them where I was, of how much the trip had meant to me and how close I felt to them. I did not have the heart to tell them yet that I didn't want to return to school that fall, that I didn't know when I would return. In Athens, Gary and I were shocked to see the police waving automatic machine guns while patrolling the streets. We knew we should sleep at a youth hostel rather than under a tree. But there was a problem. Our meager finances were exhausted. Although youth hostels were cheap, we still could not afford one. So we turned to the practice of many hardcore travelers of the time, donating blood at the government blood bank. The primitive process used was painful. They strapped us to a table and then drew the blood in large syringes. We almost blacked out. It was a rule that each donor was given a cup of orange juice and had to sit in a waiting room for half an hour after giving blood. Only after seeing that the donor was in stable health did they pay. In the waiting room, biding our time, Gary and I endured the pain in our arms. He grimaced, lamenting, "There must be a better way to make money than this." We looked around the room and noticed a Frenchman with a guitar case in the same agony. A few seats down sat a Swiss boy with a violin case, he too holding his arm. As usual, I carried my harmonica strapped to my belt. We musicians looked at one another and smiled, having the same inspiration. The Swiss boy, it turned out, was trained from childhood as a classical violinist, but as a teen opted to play rock and blues. The French guitarist was likewise trained in classical flamenco, but converted to folk music. After collecting our blood money, we streamed out into the street and, forming a makeshift band, began to play a wild improvisation of 12-bar blues. A dozen people gathered around us and danced. Soon it grew to dozens more. Gary became our rhythm section by dropping a few coins into a borrowed hat and shaking it. So pleased was the audience with our performance that they continually tossed drachmas, the Greek currency, into Gary's hat. As the enthusiasm mounted, we formed a musical procession down the streets of Athens, playing one long song. The crowd skipped along behind us. When we stopped at a corner, dozens assembled, and the hat overflowed with drachmas. At the end of the first day, we divided our earnings and checked into the youth hostel. By the next morning, we were famous. Wherever we went, crowds were smiling, clapping. Greeks gathered around us in a circle. They loved us. We joyously played on, thinking it too good to be true. At one plaza, our music filled the air. Old folks clapped, teenagers danced, children jumped, and mothers swung their babies to the rhythm. Everyone smiled on that sunny afternoon, and the hat overflowed. Until all of a sudden, the crowd abruptly dispersed. The music stopped as machine guns were thrust into our faces. We were arrested and hauled off to the station. There the police confiscated all the money from the hat and warned us to never commit this crime again. That was the beginning and the end of my career as a professional musician. With some funds, we'd managed to hide from the police, feeling it was time to find a more peaceful place to cultivate our spirituality. Gary and I paid our fare on a boat to the Isle of Crete. Arriving at the port of Heraklion on the Aegean Sea, we rode a bus to the southern coast. There we found a place of wild, rugged beauty, a steep and rocky coastline inaccessible to ships and resplendent with natural springs, gorges, sandy beaches, mountain goats, and abundant sunshine. We had never seen so many caves. Amazed, we chose one that overlooked the Mediterranean Sea for our residence. This island paradise was a perfect sanctuary for fasting, meditation, and prayer. Before sunrise every morning, I climbed a mountain where I would meditate and pray until sunset. As I looked out over the clear waters of the sea, my thirst for enlightenment intensified like never before. Meanwhile, Gary was down at the seaside, also meditating. After sunset, we would meet back at the cave and break our day-long fast with some plain bread. As we settled down to rest on the stone floor, we shared our realizations of the day. Weeks of contemplation passed in this way. By now, my prayers and meditation had kindled the spark of my spiritual craving into a blazing fire. From that lonely mountaintop, I witnessed everything in my life evaporating into that fire. I felt like I was being consumed by my yearning for God, like one possessed. But fate was leading me to a crossroads. One road would allow me to remain the person I thought I was, an American boy from a particular family, expected to go to college and get a degree, who had joined the counterculture. Another road would lead me into a realm where everything had to change. I was afraid. I knew I was making a choice that would completely change my life. But nothing could stop me. I didn't know where destiny was leading me, but I knew that if I were to move forward in my journey, I would find a whole new life. with a whole new identity. I had to leave everything else behind. The day was ending, the soft red orb of the sun dropping into the mouth of the sea. It cast a veil of golden light over the waves, which swayed and danced to its touch. The mountains of the coast radiated gold. The dome of sky above me glowed pink, tangerine, and lilac. And then, from my heart, a sweet, commanding voice called, "Go to India." Why India, I thought? It's another world so far away. I know so little about it. I had next to no money and little idea of what to expect. But I believed that this was the voice of my Lord calling for me. At other times, I had felt the presence of God, or felt guilt that I had behaved in ways to separate myself from God. But this was different. This was a silent voice that resonated from my heart. I was convinced that it wasn't my voice or my mind. No, this was God answering my prayers for direction. In the twilight, I descended from the mountaintop toward the Mediterranean, immersed in my own sea of introspection. I felt each step I took was bringing me closer to my destination. And as I climbed into our cave, I found Gary. He was there in meditation. A lone candle flame flickered, shedding yellow light on the walls and ceiling of our shelter. I sat on the stone floor at the mouth of the cave and gazed into the darkening sky, then broke the silence. "Gary, something amazing happened to me today." His eyes widened. He exclaimed, "Really, monk, something amazing happened to me too." "Tell me," I said. Gary gazed out at the stars. At sunset, a voice spoke to me. "Incredible," I asked. "What did the voice say?" "It said," he whispered, "Go to Israel." My mouth dropped. What? Shivering in suspense, I leaned closer. I couldn't believe what I'd heard. "Where?" "It said, go to Israel. Don't you believe me?" I braced myself on the cave floor. I also heard a voice as the sun was setting. Gary burst out, "Amazing! We'll go to Israel together." "But Gary," I whispered, my heart pounding. The voice told me, "Go to India." "India?" Gary yelped. He fell silent. Neither of us could speak a word. Silence rose between us, and I looked into the galaxy of stars. To the heavens I whispered, "Yes, I'm willing." The cave was now dark, except for the flicker of a single candle. I turned to my dearest friend, and I said, "Tomorrow I'll be gone, maybe forever." Neither of us spoke for a long moment, and then Gary broke the silence. "India is separated by the deserts of the Middle East, by thousands of miles." Agitated shadows from the candle flame danced on the walls. "The passage is dangerous, even deadly. You have nothing, monk. This is not a spiritual quest. This is suicide. Please wait. Why not come with me to Israel and make some money? Then we'll go to India together." Minutes passed. I considered, but that inner call would not relent. "Gary, I believe this to be the calling of God. I can't delay." Worry washed across his face. "How will you get there, monk?" I believe if I just hitchhike toward the east, someday I'll reach that land where the answer to my prayers awaits me." He understood my heart. A tear trickled down his cheek, wetting his beard. "You have to follow your destiny," he whispered. "I will pray for you." As the candle flickered its last, I lay on the cave's floor for rest. In the quiet of the night, I gazed out into the limitless stars, my mind swirling in anticipation. The sun came up and I prepared to leave. Gary came to the bus stop on the side of a country road to see me off. We stood among a few farmers waiting for the bus, feeling the sadness of separation beginning. The brotherly love we shared was rare. From childhood, we had passed together through the mysterious transitions of life. Together we had gazed up at the stars from our homes in Highland Park, from the hippie havens of California, from our college in Florida, and from many places in Europe. We had pondered why humans hate and kill, and opposed the Vietnam War and the treatment of African Americans. We dreamed of civil rights, of a world free of hatred and full of music. In our recent travels, we grew even more dependent on each other's friendship and support. But now the fateful moment had come. As the rickety bus approached, I wished to give Gary a gift, the most meaningful thing I had. Contemplating how best to express my feelings, an idea flashed through my mind. I took off my old black vest and handed it to him. I had worn it every day for years. To those who knew me, it was an inseparable part of my identity. It was also my most precious possession. "The vest!" Gary exclaimed. The two of us were like leaves carried by the wind, neither knowing where or how the wind would blow us. We shook hands and then embraced. With emotion climbing in my throat, I said, "Someday, if it's God's will, maybe we'll meet again." I found a seat on the bus, and as it crawled forward, jostling over ditches and potholes, I looked back. Gary stood alone. I knew that giving him my vest signaled the shedding of my identity, past and present. I decided also to relinquish the name Monk and use my given name, Richard, from that point on. The journey to unknown India, I felt, would be a journey to reclaim my eternal identity. Chapter 5. At Heraklion, the northern port of Crete, I found a fisherman willing to take me by boat to Athens. Once aboard, I sat apart to gaze into the sea. My mind tossed like the waves. I could not fathom what the days ahead would bring. Here I was, 19 years old, and I had never even met a person from India. Aside from knowing that India lay to the east, I had no real idea where it was or how far. I didn't even have a map. According to what I had learned in school, India was a sprawling mass of poverty, disease, overpopulation, and snake charmers. Later, while searching for clues that might unravel life's deepest mysteries. I learned that many regarded it as the land of religion, a place of yogis, and a great holy people. Would I live to meet these rishis? And not as a tourist or sightseer, but as a seeker of truth? Once back in Athens, I found myself in an avalanche of negativity. To get to India, I learned I had to pass through Turkey. Travelers who had been to Turkey warned me about Istanbul. The Istanbul black market is bloodthirsty. They'll promise you a high price for a blood donation, but in reality, they'll tie you down, drain all the blood from your body, then throw your corpse into the Black Sea. Another chimed in, the ghettos of Istanbul are havens for criminals so vicious they'll think nothing of killing you for a lira. Determined to go, I stopped my ears against these grisly tales. At the youth hostel, I inquired about the overland route to India. Once again, a group of Europeans gathered around to dissuade me. Don't you read the papers? Are you mad? Someone else shook an English newspaper in my face. Turkey stricken by cholera epidemic, the headline read. You can't reach India without traveling across Turkey. Yes, Turkey was being ravaged by an epidemic of cholera. It was the news all over Europe. And to think I wanted to hitchhike across that country. Maybe I was mad. Among these doomsayers, I met two young men who, like me, intended to travel overland to India. Jeff, an American from San Diego, was in his early 20s, tall and athletically built with a square jaw and sturdy nose. His blonde hair, neatly parted on the side, reached almost to his shoulders, and his blue eyes peered from behind black-rimmed spectacles. Although his features were rugged, he was a peace-loving soul. Like me, he was traveling to India on a spiritual search. Unassuming and fun-loving, he was one of the most likable people I had ever encountered. Ramsey, an Australian with a ruddy complexion and rust-colored hair, in his mid-30s, was a seasoned traveler. Although streetwise and tough, he too was a gentle soul, having already hitchhiked across Europe and Asia. He had maturity and wisdom that we lacked. Although I introduced myself as Richard, the band of travelers was tight enough that I was already known as Monk, and that's what Jeff and Ramsey called me. Among us, only Jeff had any money. Breaking into a huge smile, he said, "Hey guys, there ain't much here, but whatever I have is yours." He swung his arm into his backpack and pulled out some bread, sesame butter, spinach, tomatoes, olives, and feta cheese. With the excitement of an overgrown child, he prepared a delicious feast for us and served it out into 3 equal portions. Sinking his teeth into the sandwich, he took a huge bite and, chewing, said, "After this, we'll have to really rough it, guys. All right?" Ramsey and I nodded, savoring the sandwiches. It was there in the lobby of the youth hostel that the 3 of us solemnized our pact to traverse the overland trail to India. We went to the Turkish embassy to see if the borders were closed. "Borders open," they boasted. We returned the next day to pick up our visas. To reach Turkey, we hitchhiked north up the coast of Greece to the biblical city of Thessalonica, and then east to Kipi, the northeastern point in Greece. Days went by without a single ride. Still, we managed to grow closer to the border, which was the bridge between Europe and Asia, and the major gateway to Europe for smugglers of cannabis and heroin from the Middle East and Southeast Asia. The border post sat far from any town. We walked for hours to a desolate, dusty outpost where the road ended. A foreboding steel fence blocked our path. Topped by swirls of barbed wire, it stretched as far as my eyes could see. Greek soldiers stood in front, armed with automatic weapons. Approaching a nearby soldier, Ramsey asked, "Where is immigration?" The soldier pointed to a simple shack near the wall of fencing. No one was there, and evening was approaching. Now what? We had already resolved to press ahead. Even so, the only responses to our repeated inquiries were indifference, irritation, and incomprehension. Finally, one young soldier who had been watching us disappeared. A few moments later, the Greek immigration official came out from a tea stall that until then we had not noticed. He was a stout, round-bellied man with a thick mustache, and his military shirt looked to be a size too small for him. Wiping the corner of his mouth with a towel, he handed it to the young informant and peered at us. "What do you want?" he asked. Ramsey coolly responded, "We want to cross the border to Turkey." The round-bellied man looked at us in disbelief. "Not possible," he said. "Borders are closed. Cholera is raging like fire in Turkey. No sane man will go there now." "But the embassy told us it was open," Jeff blurted out. "We want to—" "Do you know what a cholera epidemic is?" the official said, his face bristling with anger. "If I let you through that gate, you cannot return. This border is closed from entrance." He pointed east toward the darkening sky. "Out there is a no man's land." Narrowing his eyes, he added, "Do you know what you'll find there? A wilderness filled with poisonous snakes and hungry wolves. A desert with no food or water." Before we could say another word, Jeff cut in. "But why would the embassy in Athens tell us it's open? We already paid, and were promised entry." The veins of the officer's neck bulged. Pointing his finger, he shouted, "The Turkish border is closed. If you walk through that gate, you will never return. Do you hear me? I advise you to go back to where you came from. I'm leaving in 2 minutes. Make up your mind now." The sun was about to set. We had struggled for days to reach that border. Hastily, we blurted out, "We'll go to Turkey." Outraged, the man ordered the military to swing open the gate. As we passed through it, he shouted his prediction, "Fools, you'll never return." Soldiers stood with rifles in hand as the steel gate slammed shut behind us. We inched forward. The no man's land was indeed the most desolate place I had ever seen. A deserted wilderness uses a buffer between two inimical countries. The sun was setting. At a distance, I saw a snake slithering across the parched soil. A few leafless trees stood like sentinels, marking our passage. It became darker and darker. Ordinarily, this was a somewhat common passage for travelers. But on that night, thanks to the epidemic and the Greek border being closed, it was utterly deserted. We were especially vulnerable, as it was dark and we were traveling by foot. I noticed the dry bones of some sort of skeleton lying about 30 feet to our left, but dared not to bring this sight to my companion's attention. Anxiety gnawed at my insides. What if the Turkish border really was closed? The embassy told us it was open, but that had been a week ago. Would we be trapped in this no man's land to die? The darkness and the cold intensified. Wolves howled intermittently, piercing the silence, and we crept ahead. I remembered how a shopkeeper in Athens had warned me that this stretch of land was full of unexploded mines buried during the time of the Greek Civil War. Mines that could rip your leg right off, he had said, and plant pieces of your shoe right in the stump. I shuddered and stepped gingerly ahead, praying at every step. None of us dared to speak a word. The 4-kilometer trek through pitch darkness was like a walk through the valley of death. Shivering, I felt hopeless and sick. Just as it seemed that night would never end, a glimmer of light appeared in the distance. Hastening forward, we made out a fence of steel beams topped with barbed wire. In the center, bolted on the gate, was a Turkish flag made out of metal. We quickened our pace. An armed soldier stood guard inside, puffing on a filterless cigarette. Ever cool-headed, Ramsey whispered, "Let me handle this." He drew his passport from his pouch and coughed to draw the attention of the guard. When the guard looked up, Ramsey displayed his passport, pointing to us and then to the grounds beyond. The man was disinterested. He shouted 2 words, "Border closed." "But sir, you have to let us in or we'll die. The Greeks won't let us back." "Border closed." A cloudy vapor burst from his mouth, accentuating the 2 harsh words. With nowhere to go, we felt like prisoners pleading for mercy. But there would be no mercy from this gatekeeper. His entire English vocabulary consisted of 2 words, "Border closed." He crushed the stub of his cigarette under his boot heel and stomped away into the darkness. 20 minutes later, he returned to find us still standing like refugees outside the gate. Gesticulating, he exploded into a litany of banishments. "Border closed! Border closed! Border closed!" I wondered if he might shoot us. Just then, his superior officer came to the scene. Apparently, he had been educated in the same school. "Border closed." Silently, we held our ground. Finally, our desperation and unwillingness to turn back convinced the second gatekeeper, and he relented. Corralling us into a wooden shack, he confiscated our belongings, including our passports, money, and even the clothes off our backs, then locked the door and abandoned us. Standing nearly naked in the freezing cold, we wondered if we were any better off than we had been moments before in the no man's land. What now? Had he left us there to die? For about an hour, we stood shivering in our underpants, as much from suspense as from the cold in that makeshift prison. Finally, our jailer returned. He peered into our faces, returned our clothes, stamped our passports, and broke into a smile. "Welcome to the great country of Turkey," he said. Deeply shaken, we crossed over into a whole new world. Chapter 6. When we asked the border guard the way to Istanbul, he pointed to a lonely country road. It stretched out into the darkness of the hilly, fertile country of eastern Thrace. As we walked, I saw for the first time the minaret of a stone mosque. The mosque's domes and spires fascinated me, and I was thrilled to see a place of God. There was no traffic on the road, and Istanbul was still 150 miles away. What now? As we stood, wondering how we would ever reach our destination, an old flatbed truck rattled down the road and pulled up next to us. Strangely, it was covered with wooden benches upon which sat a dozen or so cheerless policemen. We clambered aboard. All wore shabby uniforms. All were silent, except for one who wore no uniform. He whispered in my ear, "I want to buy hashish from you. Sell to me. I am not a policeman." "I don't have any," I answered. He demanded again and again. Later, he jumped down from the truck, put on a police hat, and strutted away. In the middle of the night, we arrived in Istanbul. When the leader of the police asked us where we would stay, Ramsey told him that we were looking for an inexpensive place. The leader peered at us over his spectacles and then walked off to speak privately with a junior officer. When he returned, he told us to follow his assistant policeman. The assistant's uniform was faded and torn. His expression was stoic, and he didn't speak a single word or even look in our direction. We followed behind him through the deserted streets of Istanbul, the poverty increasing with every block. It became obvious to us that he was taking us into the heart of the ghetto, one of the very places where the cholera epidemic was raging. The scene was demoralizing. Poverty and disease surrounded us on all sides. Jeff trembled. "We've made a big mistake. That no man's land was safer than this place." Even Ramsey sighed out loud. "Mates, in my years of travel, I've never seen a place as depressing as this." I tried to pray, but my mind only reeled in confusion. Where was this man taking us? The unnerving darkness was pierced by the shrieks and moans of people in agony. The contagion was taking a severe toll in this filthy slum. I was afraid to breathe. Cholera ravages swiftly, bringing about severe intestinal misery and death. We were lost and alone and led by this strange man. We couldn't turn back. An ominous medieval building made of stone loomed before us. An eerie sensation seized us. All my intuitions told me to run. But our guide, smiling, led us inside. We entered a dimly lit room that served as a billiard hall. Inside, a dozen men puffed on cigarettes and shot pool. They looked like the sleaziest gangsters of the underworld. As they sized us up with icy stares, I couldn't help but think that these thugs were the kind who would think nothing of killing someone over a gambling debt. The leader, short but formidable, leaned against a wall. His muscles bulged from a skin-tight black t-shirt as he scraped dirt from under his fingernails with a switchblade. When he saw our guide, he slipped the knife into his pocket, slid his hand across his oily black hair, and came over to speak with him. The two seemed to strike up some kind of an agreement and motioned for us to follow to the back of the pool hall and up a dark, deep stairway made of uneven slabs of solid stone. To one side was a stone wall, and on the other side a steep drop into a deep cellar with no railing. It was pitch black. We lost our breath climbing. Once at the top, we passed through an unlit hallway that led to the room where we were to stay. There was no question of a hospitable welcome. Rather, our hosts insisted that we pay them cash up front. The aggression was so startling that it began to dawn on us that we had seriously blundered. Had we just walked into a trap? We'd wanted cheap, not end of the line. Ramsey spoke up, telling them that we didn't have any Turkish lira and asking them to tell the exchange rate for dollars. Then we can discuss paying you, but for one night only, Ramsey said. They shocked us by offering only half the official bank rate. Ramsey objected and politely tried to bargain for a higher rate, but the head shark would have nothing of it, as we were now in his turf. With a scowl deforming his face, he flung his smoking cigarette at the wall. He sliced the air between us with his switchblade and exploded into a tirade. Small though he was, the power of his cruelty terrified us. His piercing black eyes raged, lips quivering. He screamed insanely, pointing his finger into our faces. Anger personified seethed before us. The other thugs looked on with cold expressions. By this time, even our erstwhile friend, the policeman, shuddered and winced in fear. We were on our own. Taking our money, the men left us in the prison of our room. What if they come back to rob or kill us? We looked for an escape route, but there was none. Other than the door, there was only one window with a long, straight drop to the cobblestone alley below. We were trapped. "Jeff, lock the door," Ramsey whispered. "And Monk, help me push this double bed against it. This way, those goons can't get in while we're sleeping." Sleep was the last thing on any of our minds, but it seemed wise to do what we could do to protect ourselves. As quietly as we could, we lifted and pushed the bed into place and tied the steel bedpost to the doorknob with a rope for added security. Ramsey and Jeff lay on this bed, while I took a smaller cot against a wall. The room was a dump. A single light bulb hung from the ceiling. Green paint and plaster peeled on the walls. Cobwebs dangled from every corner, and a stale stench turned our stomachs. Gasping for fresh air, I wrestled with a large window 6 feet high and 3 feet wide until I finally opened it. I fell back into the bed, but within minutes, bed bugs attacked. Rest was out of the question. The three of us lay in the dark, waiting. An hour or so later, we heard a key slowly turning in the lock. Silently, the door opened and then hit the bed. The intruders pushed gently at first, not realizing that the three of us were squatting on the floor at the other end of the bed, heaving all our weight into it. They pushed harder. Soon they understood that we were blocking them and howled in rage, slamming their bodies against the door. It flung open, but we pushed all our weight against the bed and shut it again. By now, both sides in this life and death tug of war were frantic. I jumped onto the bed to again tie the doorknob to the bedpost when through the crack in the door, one of the attackers stabbed a knife in my direction. My mind screamed, "They want to kill us." The battle continued. They cracked their bodies against the door and slammed again and again into the bed. They screamed threats and curses as we bashed ourselves into the bed. Unable to force the door open, they abruptly retreated. A heavy silence fell. To rest before the inevitable next siege, I retreated to my bug-ridden bed. My mind was full of ghastly thoughts. What was I doing here, trapped in the cholera-infested ghettos of Istanbul, a target for the underworld? Tossing over and over, I called to mind the life I had left in Highland Park. I'm a simple boy with a loving family and friends. Why did I leave the shelter of such a peaceful home? Now I'm helpless and alone, I prayed. I came here in search of enlightenment. Is this the path I have to tread in order to learn surrender? Then another thought emerged. If so, let it be. In our predicament, only God could save us. My prayers were interrupted by the door smashing into the bed. Round 2 of the battle began. Our would-be assassins shouted in wrath, pounding ferociously. A moment of inattention and we would be dead. Despite the biting cold, sweat flooded from our pores. We gasped in exhaustion, and our limbs were battered. But our predators did not tire. Their roars terrorized us. By this time, I felt as if my bladder were about to burst. The only toilet was in the hallway outside the door. 3 formidable battles raged simultaneously within me. The battle to keep the assassins out, the battle to keep my urine in, and the battle to make sense of it all. Unable to bear it any longer, I deserted Ramsey and Jeff and climbed up to the windowsill. There I relieved myself into the alley below. Suddenly, a woman's scream blasted my ears. The alley was about 15 feet wide. Straight across from me was a window where an old Muslim woman, dressed in a traditional black veil, had been watching. In my desperation, I had not seen her, but she stared straight at me. Outraged by my obscenity, she screamed in revulsion. This was too much. I stood helplessly on the window ledge with my pants down, urinating, face to face with her, and begging for pity. Cursing me, she threw a shoe into my face. It was a direct hit. I shut the window, jumped down, and wiped blood from my nose and mouth. But I had not finished. My bladder was still bursting. Meanwhile, Ramsey was crying out, "Monk, get back here. We can't hold them off." I was losing all 3 battles. I can't survive, I thought. God help me. Just then, I saw the answer and finished where I'd left off in the shoe. Putting it in a desk drawer, I re-entered the battle. Pressing firmly, we held them off. But we were trapped with neither food nor water. It was only a matter of time before they broke in. As the gray light of the dawn appeared, we agreed that our only hope was to quietly escape through the door between attacks. We decided to risk our lives on the tiny chance of escape. We had no idea whether a guard was standing post outside our door, but if so, we were dead. It was a chance we had to take. Slowly, and as quietly as possible, we swung the door open into the pitch darkness. I could not see my hand before my face. As we tiptoed forward, the aged wooden floor creaked at every step, each creak like a scream. In this darkness, would we blunder right into one of them? My heart was pounding. We made it to the Gothic staircase. Still unable to see, we groped the outside wall, terrified of falling over the other side. In this way, we crept down the staircase toward the dimly lit pool hall, where to our horror, the guard lay sleeping on a pool table. Holding our breath, we stole across the room to the door. It was locked. The latch would not budge. We had never seen a lock like this. Frantically, each one of us tried to open it. Finally, our attempts roused the guard from his stupor, and he shouted to the others. From another set of stairs came the horrifying sound of their stampede. "Oh my God," I gasped. "Open the lock, quick, Ramsey, open the lock. I'm trying. He jiggled the lock in every possible way to no avail. The stomping of boots as our captors came closer made me sick. Just as they were almost upon us, all at once, the lock popped open and we burst into the street, running as we had never run before, backpacks and all. Behind us, we could hear the screams of our adversaries. Not looking back, we dove into a taxi. We knew only one place in Istanbul. Blue Mosque, we chanted in unison. But scanning through the rearview mirror at the gang of men approaching us, the taxi driver did not move. He saw an opportunity. $200, he demanded. What? $200? Jeff cried. The driver shouted loudly, $200. Hastily we agreed. Yes, $200. He zoomed off. But were we safe? Jeff, the keeper of the wallet, was concerned. We can't give him $200, he whispered. Will he be the one to kill us? We didn't want to find out. At the first stoplight, we bolted from the taxi. The driver howled, $200. But we were gone. Chapter 7. Eager to leave Istanbul, we boarded a ferry to cross the Bosporus Strait. From the crowded deck, we watched, weary but relieved, as the sun rose in the hazy, overcast sky. Birds soared, and I bowed my head in gratitude. As the ferry sailed through the sea, I looked back at the grand city as it slowly was swallowed by the horizon. Last night, I thought, Our death seemed sealed, but we struggled and took an unimaginable risk to escape. It was possible because we had hope. Hope in the divine can empower a human being to overcome unimaginable obstacles. In a terrible predicament, when our hearts embraced hope, we attracted a power beyond ourselves to guide us, purify us, and ultimately liberate us. My hands were still trembling and my adrenaline rushing, but in my heart I thanked that gang of murderers who had served as instruments to teach me an essential lesson and prepare me for the pilgrimage ahead. Nothing about our hostile reception in Istanbul could have prepared us for the cordiality of the people we met as we traveled east across Turkey. Some invited us into their homes and shops to eat with them. Their meals were simple, usually traditional flat bread and tea, but we were touched by their hospitality and always satisfied. I was also fascinated by the exotic designs of the many mosques we passed, and whenever possible spent time visiting these beautiful houses of God. Our methods of travel reflected our lack of finances. Either we hitchhiked or caught rides, jammed in with the local people, their gear and their livestock in jalopy buses or in the backs of trucks. We traveled across the arid, wind-swept highlands of central Turkey, stopping briefly in Ankara, where cattle grazed on the bare and spacious hills. After a couple of weeks on the road, we reached the more rugged and mountainous terrain of the eastern highlands, where the nights grew colder. We had traveled about 800 miles beyond Istanbul when calamity struck again. I was afflicted with severe dysentery. Travel was no longer possible, so we stopped in the town of Erzurum and inquired of the local people for the cheapest possible place to stay. They led us to a tea stall on the outskirts of town and gave us a room on the third floor of the time-beaten edifice. My burning concern was the toilet room. To reach it, I had to climb down a steep staircase of about 30 stone steps. In a hallway to the left of the stairway was a hole in the floor. That was the toilet. Human waste was left to pile up in the hole until it was shoveled out, which from what I could tell was infrequently. A partition of rotted wooden planks provided privacy. The stench made me dizzy. The air was so thick I felt as if I were drowning. Still, I practically lived in that latrine for days. After finishing my business and hauling my body to the top of the stone steps, I would be forced down again to evacuate. Intense nausea, vomiting, and constant loose movements ravaged my body. My friends, meanwhile, patiently waiting for my recovery, would go out each day to explore the town. One day, alone in the room, I was surprised to see a strange man enter and begin to rummage through Jeff's backpack. Discovering his Swiss Army knife, he plucked it out and announced it to no one in particular, 1 lira. Then he plunked down a lira on the table and hurried away with his new possession. I thought, but the knife is worth much more than that. Despite my precarious condition, I felt it my duty to defend my friend, so I struggled up from my sickbed and chased the man down. I returned his 1 lira and politely insisted that he give me back the knife, which he reluctantly did. "Please come back later and discuss with Jeff," I said, wobbling on my legs. He said nothing and left. Not 5 minutes later, a mob rushed up the steps, dehydrated, feverish, and barely able to sit up. I was in no shape for a confrontation. They barged in through the door. Leading the mob was the intruder who had just moments before stolen the knife. He pointed his finger at me, shouting, "Pakistani! Pakistani! He is Pakistani!" The mob was outraged. They circled my bed, brandishing clubs and daggers. In a rage, they shouted, "You Pakistani, you die! You Pakistani, you die!" I was alone and bewildered. What else could I do but pray to God? Hastily, I seized my U.S. passport and held it for them to see. "Look, I'm American." An elderly leader of the mob stepped forward. He took my passport and examined it like a self-proclaimed immigration agent, then looked up and spoke quietly. "So, you are not Pakistani?" "No." "You are American?" "Yes," I replied. He smiled and reached down toward the bed to shake my hand. "Very good. We like Americans. You give Turkey weapons." Everyone offered respect and left. Before I could recover, I heard the mob racing up the stairs once again. I prayed for shelter. Again, the mob burst into my room, more than a dozen of them, and surrounded my bed. This time, though, they came in peace, offering me flat bread and tea. The eldest spoke, "You American, this very good. We sorry. Now you eat." Overcome with nausea, I had no appetite. In fact, I gagged from the smell of food. I knew that eating that bread and tea would force me into the horrible latrine for the rest of the day and night. But what could I do? To refuse their gifts would be an insult. This type of hospitality was hard to refuse. I forced a smile and ate the entire plate and more until they were satisfied. Soon after, I did pay the price. My health began to improve slowly. One evening I roamed along the dusty road, astounded by the poverty in the district. Families crowded in decrepit shacks with few possessions and wore raggedy clothes. People crouched down along the dusty road, looking hungry and discontent. It was a poverty of a type difficult to comprehend in the West. Even though it was only October, the night air was frigid, a sign of the long, bitter, cold winters in that region of Turkey. To return to our room, I had to enter through a small tea shop on the ground floor of the building. One evening, inside the tea shop, a powerfully built man in his 30s with glossy black hair and a thin mustache grabbed my arm and pushed me into the chair. I could tell by the way people regarded him that he was highly respected. Sliding a small glass of tea toward me, his smoldering black eyes riveted to my own. His lips and body trembled. I was sitting face to face with intensity personified. He spoke no English. Pointing to an Arabic inscription on the golden ring that he wore, he roared like an angry lion, "Allah!" Then he thrust a finger at my face, and with that gesture demanded that I say the name of God. I couldn't bear to look at him. My eyes gazed at the transparent glass of tea on the table. It had no milk or cream, only a cube of sugar slowly dissolving on the bottom. Yanking my chin up, he forced me to meet his intimidating stare. I was dissolving faster than the sugar. He again thrust a finger in my face and screamed, "Allah!" It seemed crucial to my well-being to satisfy him, so I murmured with much reverence, "Allah." He squinted as if he wanted to burn me to ashes and shook with rage. When he could no longer contain it, he smashed his fist on the table. "No, Allah!" As the tea glasses crashed to the floor, everyone circled around us, ratcheting up the volume. Again he thundered, "No, Allah!" Again he thrust his finger into my face. Much louder this time, I cried, "Allah!" But it was not loud enough. By now his rage was white hot. I was petrified. He again smashed his fist into the table and for the fourth time roared at the top of his lungs, "No, Allah!" Every pair of eyes in that crowded shop glowered at me as if I had been apprehended while desecrating their holiest shrine. He jabbed his powerful finger into my chest, forcing my chair back to the wall and demanding that I say God's name in a way that matched his fervor. Not for the first time on my journey, I felt certain that the angel of death had found me and was hovering just inches from my head. What else could I do but pray to Almighty Allah to save me? I stood up, raised my arms, and with all my energy I cried out from my heart, "Allah!" He gazed into my eyes for a long time as the tea shop fell silent. Nodding his head in grave approval, he walked out. As the rest of the crowd returned to their tables, I sat stunned. No one before had ever preached to me like that. Chapter 8. After I recovered, Ramsey, Jeff, and I resumed our journey eastward. In those days, there was a whole counterculture of world travelers who endured the hardships of a very low budget. Most were adventurous and many spiritually inclined. At times, we met in the most unexpected places. In Erzurum, Ramsey and Jeff met some traveling brothers who had convinced a bus driver to let them ride for free on a company bus traveling to Tehran. The bus was only half filled with supplies, so there was plenty of room for a few passengers. In this way, joining them, we crossed the border of Turkey and entered Iran. Once inside the impressive immigration building on the border, we took note of the wall-sized photograph of the Shah. Even more sobering was a sign posted by the U.S. State Department. In big letters, it warned American citizens that in Iran, the penalty for possession, transportation, or selling of hashish or opium products was death. If one was arrested, the State Department had little influence to help. The bus driver was delayed by immigration formalities, so we went to wait inside the bus. It was evening. Soon a crowd of children gathered to see the strange foreigners through the bus window. Although they wore ragged clothes, they were beautiful children. I smiled at a small boy of about 4 years old, but he glared back at me with such intense hatred in his eyes that I lost my breath. How is it possible for such a small child to possess such hate? I was to be haunted by repeated nightmares of his stare. I thought how frightening it was to see how impressionable children are. By family and surroundings, they can be conditioned to love, fear, or hate before they are even able to reason. We arrived in the ancient city of Tabriz. As I explored the streets on my own one day, one kind family invited me into their home, a 2-room abode made of brick. The women of the family had been working painstakingly for several years on a single Persian rug. Mother and daughter sat on the floor of their simple hut, creating precious art. The intricate designs may have up to 250 handmade knots per square inch. Naturally dyed wool shone with dazzling colors, each one with a life of its own. Red, blue, green, orange, yellow, white, and violet. These were but a few of the colorful yarns they stitched so meticulously. So simple and gracious was their hospitality that I felt like part of the family. They didn't speak a word of English, but that didn't matter. For dinner, all the men of the family sat on the floor and invited me to join them. They first recited a beautiful prayer of thanksgiving before enjoying the flat bread and tea. As we munched happily on the homemade food, their 10-year-old son entered the door smiling proudly. He held a great surprise in his clenched hands, dates from their tree. Moving toward me, he placed the sumptuous fruit on my plate. Everyone laughed and exclaimed my good fortune. 5 times a day, the family abandoned whatever they were doing to offer prayers to Allah and the holy city of Mecca. The natural devotion of these humble souls moved my heart. I thanked God for this experience and thanked this family for their kindness towards a wayward stranger. Our bus cruised through the mystical terrain of Iran. As far as the eyes could see, the flat, arid desert expanded in all directions. Hours passed with no sign of life. From time to time, sandy hills or villages of tiny clay houses appeared in the distance. We drove during the cool parts of the day and all night long. One night, the moonless sky filled with a multitude of stars that sparkled beyond the horizons on all sides. Fascinated by the beauty, we stared through the bus windows. My fellow travelers urged me to play my harmonica. Gazing into the ocean of stars, I played a spontaneous song of my sincere yearning for God. I poured my heart into that instrument. As my tearful song played, the bus fell silent. When it ended, everyone exclaimed. I looked around and saw more than a few passengers weeping. Smiling, Jeff patted my shoulder from the seat behind, while in front, Ramsey flicked his thumb up in approval. I was humbled, knowing that I really didn't know how to play the instrument well. I thanked God and Jimmy the Bear back in Opalaka. It was while traveling across the Iranian deserts that concern for my mother and father flooded my heart. They had expected me home several weeks earlier and had not heard from me since Athens. They must be suffering miserably. Why then did I not write to them? The truth was, I didn't know how to compose the letter. Whatever words I might use to try to explain my resolve to travel overland to India, their hearts would shatter. What could I do? My search for God had become the only thing I was living for. If I neglected it, I knew I would be a hollow shell. Mother and father had dedicated their lives and souls to the welfare of their 3 children. Both came from poor Jewish families whose immigrant parents fled from Lithuania, Romania, Russia, and Poland to escape religious persecution. As far as we knew, all the relatives who'd remained were later murdered by the Nazis. My mother had lived through a difficult childhood. As a small girl, she suffered her father's early death. Then soon after, her elder sister was attacked in an alley and left traumatized for life. As a teenager, my mother had to work to support her ailing mother, her now handicapped elder sister, and her younger sister. But she was always cheerful and grateful for whatever God had given her. Later in life, she served her husband and children faithfully 24 hours a day, but she never abandoned her first family, quietly scrimping and saving to send relief. While raising 3 sons, she single-handedly did all the chores of the household, including cleaning, washing, and ironing clothes, shopping, and cooking an amazing feast every evening. She was slender, radiant, and dressed meticulously. The parents of all my friends marveled at my mother's beauty and grace. Her willingness to help others extended beyond her family. As long as I could remember, she joyfully volunteered to serve in various charitable organizations, performing fundraising dances in particular. And my brothers and I were always on guard lest she suddenly give our used toys or clothes away to Goodwill. Throughout our lives, she had emphasized the virtue of gratitude. She was sure to ask if we had thanked the parents of my friends if I ate at their houses, sure that I offered thanks to whomever showed kindness to me. Of all the displeasing traits children could exhibit, ingratitude disturbed her the most. Consequently, she was sure not to spoil us by satisfying our whims. And whenever we were given a gift, she stressed, "It's the thought that counts." She led by example. Whether she received a gift of precious jewelry or a simple flower, she was equally thrilled. In this, she taught me that happiness comes not from the material thing, but from the love with which it is given. She took immense pride in seeing whatever good we did. Whether the results were big or small, she was happy as long as our efforts were honest. Time and again she revealed her selfless service to us. When I had suffered my dislocated shoulder, she was there within moments to drive me to the hospital. After surgery, the first person I saw at my bedside was Mother. I coughed and pleaded, "Mom, your cigarette is making me sick." As was the fashion of American women at that time, she had been smoking 2 packs of cigarettes every day for over 15 years. But the thought that she caused me pain greatly affected her heart. As she frantically extinguished the cigarettes, tears welled in her brown eyes. Ashamed, she came to my bedside and stroked my cheek. "Darling Richie, if my smoking causes you pain, I promise you to never touch another cigarette for the rest of my life." She never smoked again. My father shared much in common with my mother. He had to leave school at 15 due to shortage of food at home, and labored to assist his parents in the time of the Great Depression. Later, as a married man, he worked hard to financially maintain his aging parents and sickly mother-in-law, along with his own family. Financial challenges seemed to follow him like a shadow. In 1958, when I was 7 years old, he and my uncle Irving invested everything they had in a promising business venture. They became the largest automobile dealership in the Chicago area for a brand new line by Ford, the Edsel. But Edsel's sales plummeted, becoming infamous as one of the greatest failures in automobile history. Consequently, my father sunk into bankruptcy and lost everything. I watched as he struggled, working long hours to protect us from poverty. Besides providing for the welfare of his children, my father loved to play sports and games with us, and when he had time, took me to football and baseball games. Later, he opened a shop for auto repairs, and in time, with hard work, became quite wealthy. Still, from the age of 15, I worked various jobs after school hours and during school vacation. I never wanted to add to the burden of my parents, a value I had absorbed by their example. The day before I was to leave home for college, my father was especially emotional. "Richie," he said, "let's take a ride together." We drove along the tranquil streets of Highland Park's Sherwood Forest, surrounded by the sounds of children laughing and playing. "Son," he began, "as long as I'm alive, I'm always here for you." Stopping the car, he held my hand, and his voice quivered. "As your father, I expect you to do your best. But whether you succeed or fail, do good or bad deeds, or even betray me, as long as I'm alive, I'll love you, and I am here for you. This is a promise I will live and die to keep. Please never forget this." Overwhelmed, I listened. I knew that he meant every word he spoke. Sure enough, he remained true to his promise, although I was to test him beyond his farthest expectations. The bus stopped on a hill outside a village, and I was lifted out of my reminiscence. I lifted my duffel bag off the floor, untied the strings, and pulled out a pen and an Iranian aerogram. the moment had come to explain my resolve to my parents. My dear family, I wrote, everything has been going well with me. Roads get bumpy at times, but they are fine roads. I have been doing much thinking and have found that now is the time when I will do something I have been longing to do. Much thought and much contemplation has gone into making it clear that this is the right way. Throughout the world, people look at life through different windows. For almost 20 years, I have been seeing through the eyes of a Western man. I have seen and experienced the laws, philosophies, religions, arts, and overall ways of life of the West. Now I will see how life is lived in the East. I do this not to escape my previous life, but to see another. It is something I cannot see through schools, because schools can only tell me about this through slanted points of view. So I will go to the East myself. What greater education is there than that? I am not doing this to worry you, so please don't hurt yourselves by worrying. It is impossible to write to you as often as I would like. Sometimes I simply cannot find a post office. Gary is no longer traveling with me. He is in Israel. I always have companions. Give my love to all my friends and relatives. Richard. The letter was postmarked Iran and had no return address. Chapter 9. Our bus passed through vast desert, spotted with villages of earthen huts. We watched caravans of camels winding across the plain. The camels carried heavy bundles, but strutted forward effortlessly, their long necks moving slowly back and forth, in perfect sync with every other limb. In the heat of the sun, nomads, their heads wrapped with turbans, stained white by sun and sand, rode on the camels or paced alongside their trusted animals. Here, under the clear skies of the Iranian desert, was a lifestyle completely foreign to my own. I felt I had gone back in time. As the sun rested in the western horizon, the starlit Persian night made its entrance, so still and quiet that I dozed into a dream. Opening my eyes minutes later, I was blinded by a flash of light. Neon signs outshone the stars: Mobil, Shell, Exxon, Texaco. It seemed we had accelerated through centuries in mere minutes, as if the bus had become a time machine. Everyone but the driver and I were fast asleep. We had reached the outskirts of Tehran, where the Shah of Iran had rolled out the red carpet to welcome foreign oil companies. From where I sat, the city appeared as a neon-lit island floating in a sea of ancient desert. In Tehran, some traveling companions brought Jeff, Ramsey, and me to a hotel frequented by Western youth. With each step we climbed toward our room, the pungent scent of hashish grew. Hippies from England, Germany, and California were passed out in their beds while others sprawled on the floor. The iron butterflies in Agata Devida blasted through stereo speakers. Everyone was stoned. One young man, his scraggly blonde hair scattered over his face, staggered up to us. "Hey, brothers, welcome home," he slurred with half-shut, bloodshot eyes. "Get hip and get high, man. Just be cool and blow your mind." He sucked heavily from a hashish pipe and held it out. "Take a toke." On the tables lay several balls of hashish, the size of softballs. People in the room continually tore off chunks to smoke or eat. Although we were open to such experiences, this was too much. Ramsey expressed our shock. "Egad, there's capital punishment for possession of a gram of hashish. Yet you mates have kilos lying around in the open." Jeff chimed in, "Are you guys crazy? Smoke is bellowing out of your door into the hallway. You could be killed for this." A hippie sprawled out on the floor, turned and yelled, "You're a bummer, man. Get out of here." A disheveled blonde girl, shoving potato chips into her mouth and chewing wildly, chided, "What's with you? Are you straight or something?" "Don't be paranoid, man," slurred our host, puffing his pipe. "Either be cool or get off of my cloud." The three of us looked at one another in disbelief. Jeff muttered, "We've got to get out of this place." The warning of the U.S. State Department was etched in our minds. As we hurried down the stairs, we ran right into 3 policemen on the way up. It struck me that these hippies, they really were on a cloud, and it appeared that there might be some thunder and lightning coming their way. It was in Tehran that I quietly studied the followers of Islam. Religion was so much a part of their everyday lives and seemed to inspire such beauty in their spirits. I was inspired to see the spiritual integrity of ordinary, God-loving Muslims, but shook with trepidation on encountering those who practiced extremism in the name of that religion. Seeking the essence of the world's religions, I hope to better understand. Journeying on across the Iranian countryside, we came to Mashhad, a place of pilgrimage for Shiite Muslims. Here I expressed my wish to spend some time alone. So Jeff and Ramsey agreed to travel ahead and meet me in Kabul, Afghanistan. I must have been a peculiar sight. A young American with hair draped down his back, wearing a turtleneck and pinstripe jeans, and sitting alone in front of a mosque, intermittently reading the Quran and meditating. One man observed me from a distance, and taking interest, wandered over to where I sat. A tall fellow of about 40, he had clear brown eyes and a fair complexion and wore a spotless white robe and turban. He bowed his head respectfully. "Sir, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ibrahim. I am a resident of the holy city of Mashhad." I extended my hand to him. He continued, "You appear to be interested in my religion. May I speak to you?" After inquiring about my life, he agreed to teach me about Islam. Just outside the magnificent tomb of a saint, we sat on 2 small rugs to study. He looked to the sky and spoke in a deep voice. "Almighty Allah has sent you to me at this sacred time and place. Within this shrine is the burial place of the saints Imam Reza and Harun al-Rashid. And thousands of pilgrims are now in Mashhad to observe the holy month of Ramadan, the 9th month of the Islamic calendar. He paused and smiled gently, then talked about how the Prophet Muhammad had first received his first revelations of the Holy Quran during the month of Ramadan. Ibrahim continued, "In a cave, Gabriel, the merciful messenger of Almighty Allah, revealed the Holy Quran to the Prophet to bring peace to all sentient beings." He pressed his palms and fingers together and then touched the tips of his index fingers to his forehead. "Islam means submitting to the will of Allah, the Almighty God of creation. Please hear as I explain our teachings and practices." Soon a crowd of staring pilgrims encircled us. It was no ordinary sight in this neighborhood. Ibrahim kindly escorted me to the library room in his home. I found him to be a liberal-minded scholar of Scripture, and he seemed to practice the tenets of his faith sincerely, with generosity and kindness. He removed the Holy Quran from a shelf filled with old Arabic and Persian manuscripts and recited a passage of invocation. Then, raising his outstretched palms to the heavens, he began, "Islam teaches that there is no God but the one God, and Muhammad is the messenger of God. God revealed his word for mankind to Muhammad and other prophets, including Adam, Noah, Abraham, Moses, and Jesus. Muhammad is the last, or the seal of the prophets. Thus his preaching for humanity will last until the day of resurrection." He went on to explain how Almighty Allah had sent angels to the earth to help prepare the faithful for the day of judgment, when they would meet their fate in either heaven or hell. He said that Muslims believed that the main written record of revelation to humanity was the Quran, the final revelation of God to humanity. He also told me of the 5 obligations Muslims have to fulfill in their lives: to believe in Allah as the one true God, to offer namaz or prayer 5 times every day, to fast during the month of Ramadan, to give in charity to the deprived, and to perform Hajj, the pilgrimage to Mecca, at least once in life. In this way, Ibrahim spoke for hours about the history and teachings of his faith. He was a refined gentleman, so different from the man who had forced me to scream the name of God in the tea shop of Erzurum. I was gaining striking lessons in how every religion has so many levels of practitioners, and how shallow it would be to generalize about an entire religion from a few of its followers. As the sun set, casting a golden veil over Mashhad, Ibrahim gave me a decorated box of dried fruits and bid me farewell to join his family as they broke the Ramadan fast. Chapter 10. On the back of a truck piled high with burlap grain bags, I reached the border of Afghanistan. The shabbiness of the immigration post signaled the poverty of the nation. Yet the immigration officials offered a cordial welcome, quite different from most other border guards I'd experienced. My first stop in Afghanistan was Herat. The people here were charming and friendly. In the stark desert terrain, they wore raggedy, dusty clothing and lived in shambled dwellings. Although they were the poorest people I had seen in my travels yet, everyone I passed offered a smile, and no one asked me for anything. On the contrary, they were eager to share what little they had. Each day in Herat, I was invited into their homes. Usually a family lived in a hut of one small room. They joyfully shared their flat bread with me. My hosts could neither read nor write, yet so many of them struck me as both humble and wise, living with dignity through the tribulations of their lives. Although they spoke not a word of English, the communication of the heart that we shared was especially satisfying to me. On a winter day in 1970, in a small tea stall in Herat, I wrote a letter home. Hello, my family. How is life? I am now in Herat, Afghanistan. It is amazing to be here in a country with people that are naturally friendly and humble, poor but peaceful. I know it is late, but I will still wish happy birthday to Dad and Larry. I wish you the very best of everything. With love, Richard. Early one morning, I innocently set out to explore the town of Herat and stumbled into a neighborhood unlike any I had ever experienced. It was late morning as I stood on a dusty roadside and observed my surroundings, at first enjoying the sights. Looking around, I was transported into a realm of timeless simplicity. My heart pounded. Camel after camel sauntered by. There were no sounds of horns or modern vehicles, only camel hooves clacking on an earthen road. Families were crowded into tiny one-story houses made of dried mud. A pungent taste of arid dust dried my mouth, and the smell of camel excrement and burning wood assaulted my nose. People chatted while squatting on the roadside, dressed in their traditional Afghani clothing. Their loosely fitting garments were elegant, though faded and tattered with wear. Men wrapped long sheets of cloth around their heads as turbans, and many had faces riddled with deep blotches, scars made by smallpox. Like aged leather, their skin was dried and toughened by the elements, and huge spontaneous smiles revealed rotting or missing teeth. Baggy shirts extended below their knees as they performed their chores, apparently with no concern for time. Women covered their faces with a fine mesh and wore blue or black gowns that reached from the top of their heads down to the ground, leaving no trace of their bodies visible. A blind man sat on the road singing religious songs in a high voice as he thumped the skin of a drum. It was cold, but smoke from cooking fires filled the air. Suddenly, quite unexpectedly, I was literally brought to my knees by culture shock. My eyes burned from the smoke. I felt dizzy and nauseated, deeply disoriented and afraid. All at once, I found it impossible to identify with anything my five senses perceived. Utterly alienated, my ego succumbed to a painful breakdown. On my knees, sweating with emotion, I struggled to connect something to the world that I knew. I failed. I felt totally disconnected. Although the dire poverty was disheartening, the people of Herat appeared to be the happiest, most carefree people I'd ever seen. This surreal combination of poverty and happiness short-circuited my intellect. Old men sat on the roadside smoking from large water pipes. The scent of the arid desert blended with the acrid aroma of hashish. The sights, smells, and sounds were disconcertingly foreign to my senses. I was alone in a culture where nothing existed that I could relate to. As I sat motionless on that roadside, a lonely alien in a distant universe, I prayed to be spared from this confusion. What was happening to me? What was the cause of this bewilderment? Why was I so affected? I grappled to find myself. From birth, I'd identified with my external surroundings. Not until this moment could I fathom the extent to which I had been conditioned. Just as wearing green-colored glasses tinges everything we see as green, so according to our surroundings and experiences, we have a particular perception of reality. The conceptions perceived by my body and mind had become my identity. Now those familiar conceptions had evaporated, casting me into a void. God, please help me. Who am I? Who am I? Who really am I? The world around me seemed to disappear as my prayer and meditation transported me into a state where a silent inner presence predominated over the phenomenal world. There I discovered a precious truth, a truth that awakened a sense of shelter and freedom. I am the soul, distinct from the world of externals, a child of God. The blaze of culture shock had acted like the rays of the sun to dissipate the fog of misconception. I felt liberated, flooded with gratitude. I knew that Herat would forever remain a sacred place on the map of my heart. Whenever I look back to that day, I am reminded how prayers may be answered in ways we never expect. To grow may require that we be shaken right to our core. While kneeling on that roadside in Herat, something died within me, giving birth to a realization necessary for me to move forward on my path. With each step, a camel lifts its hoof from a stable place on earth in order to move forward. And to reach the sea, each ripple of the river must let go of its present state to surrender to the current. As I walked back to my room, I came upon an aged man slumped on the roadside. Beneath his head wrap was a face defined with deep crevices and sagging with wrinkles. His toothless smile was radiant as he waved for me to share the hashish in his hookah. Smiling, I politely declined. His culture had already given me a high I prayed never to forget. In Herat, I was offered a ride by camel to a place where I could take a bus to Kandahar in central Afghanistan. The dilapidated bus was filled with poor farmers, and no one seemed to care if they paid the few cents for the ride or not. In the center aisle were sacks of produce, a half-dozen chickens, 2 sheep, and a goat. The straining, unmuffled motor, the laughter of men and women, and wailing of babies provided the soundtrack for this amazing show. Suddenly the bus stopped in the midst of a vast desert. In a moment, everyone got off. Was this an emergency? No, not at all. The passengers carefully unrolled their prayer rugs on the sand and faced the direction of the holy city of Mecca. Performing their namaz, or offerings of prostrations and salutations to Allah and His Prophet Muhammad. Every few hours, this ritual was repeated with no consideration of where we were. The religion of these tribal people was their life. They were not mullahs, priests, yogis, or monks, but ordinary family people. Yet in all situations and places, it impressed me how their devotion to Allah took priority. In Kandahar, the people greeted me warmly. One man in particular, Hare, took a special interest in me. Tall and well-groomed, he was an educated man who had acquired wealth and respect in the trading business. Through his economic ventures and holidays, he frequently traveled abroad. After guiding me on a tour of Kandahar, he invited me into his spacious home. One quiet night, while we sat on his rooftop terrace, engaged in a philosophical discussion, he calmly said, "Mr. Richard, please excuse me for a brief moment. I have an obligation to attend to." Suddenly he jumped up from his chair, cocked his head to the moon, and began to howl like a wolf. "Awoo! Awoo! Awoo!" What was going on? Had this distinguished gentleman gone mad? He grabbed a long rope with a loop at the end, raced to the edge of his roof, and hurled it down to the road. What in the world was he doing? With rapt attention, he slowly reeled the rope in. To my amazement, he had fished up a wriggling rodent the size and shape of a ferret. I watched in wonder. This was a mongoose, which it turned out wandered the town by day and each evening responded to Hariz's howl by crawling into the loop of the rope, where he was hoisted up and spent the night on the roof. As my friend and I resumed speaking, I felt the mongoose scaling up my back with his sharp, pointed claws. He crawled under my long hair until he reached my head. There he burrowed himself in my thick locks, making his nest, and went to sleep. Feeling his warm body deeply breathing on my head, I experienced another kind of culture shock. I looked to my host for help. What do I do now? My friend laughed. Mr. Richard, he found a good nest in your hair. My neck felt as if it were breaking from his weight. Please take him off. Hariz became serious. Under the starlit night, he sipped his tea and narrowed his eyes, warning me. There is an ancient truth. Never wake a sleeping mongoose. He set the teacup on the table and told me that the animal was sacred to the ancient Egyptians. The mongoose is a ferocious killer when angered. In battle, a mongoose will slay the cobra, the deadliest of serpents and symbol of death. Hare sipped his tea again and leaned back. If you suddenly wake him, he may tear your head to shreds. Mr. Richard, do not even slightly move until he leaves on his own. Hours passed as I sat motionless, fearing for my life. From time to time, the mongoose moved, digging his claws into my scalp. Hariz could no longer stay awake, so with many apologies, he left to sleep. I sat alone now. The dark, sleepless night in Kandahar seemed never to end. My neck throbbed with pain, but I was too terrified to move. The mongoose on my head was like a time bomb that could explode at any second. I was quickly losing my attachment I had to my long hair. If only the immigration officers in England had acted on their threat to shave my head, life would be so much safer tonight. I tried to console myself. At least someone appreciated my hair. But the mongoose had not come alone. Ravenous insects started biting into my scalp, obliterating all these noble thoughts. Why was this happening to me? Feeling my vulnerability, I strained to control my emotions. Then contemplating, I tried to make sense of it all. I realized that our free will could convert a curse into a blessing or a blessing into a curse. Yes, ludicrous as it was, this mongoose may have been sent to teach me the sacred virtue of patience and forbearance. To bear difficulty and turn to God was a priceless blessing. To transform a crisis into an opportunity was true wisdom. The rest of the night was spent in an unusual state of gratitude. Little did I know that what the mongoose taught me about crisis would give me strength in the hard times that awaited me. By the time the sun finally rose, my uninvited guest had enjoyed a good 6 hours of sound sleep. He awoke, crawled down my back, and jumped to the floor. He then did something that moved my heart. The mongoose stared at me with an innocent affection, as if thanking me for my hospitality. Turning from me, he crawled into the loop of the rope where Hariz, who had just awakened, lowered him down to the street for another day. Hariz smiled at me. Mr. Richard, I beg forgiveness for the inconvenience you suffered. Nothing like that ever happened in my home before. But please be happy to know that in our culture, it is a pious deed to offer hospitality to an uninvited guest. You gave good hospitality to one of our mongooses, and you did so without any of the mechanical formalities. This morning he looked so happy and well rested. My aching neck, numb from strain and sleeplessness, I considered his words. Had I heard him say mongooses in the plural? I decided I really didn't want to be around the next time he cocked his head toward the sky and howled like a wolf. Scratching my bug-bitten head and itching to move on, I sighed. Hariz, thank you very much. You've already done so much for me. But I think I best be on my way. One evening as I walked alone down a quiet side street in Kandahar, a small man with one eye and one arm grabbed me by the hand. Pulling me through an alley some distance, he yanked me down a winding stairway. It was pitch dark. As we descended the crude stone steps, I pondered the mysteries that might unfold. Once underground, I was pushed into a dark, chilly dungeon. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw a tarnished lantern shedding meager light. Its flame flickering on a crumbling stone ceiling and walls, where cobwebs and iron chains hung ominously. There was not a single window or piece of furniture. On the dirt floor squatted a dozen barefoot old men in soiled, tattered robes and turbans. They huddled around a shadowy mound. What could it be? As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw it was a mountain of Afghani black hashish, perhaps a couple 100 kilos. Back in Europe, I had been told that this was among the most expensive and powerful hashish in the world. The poor old men were continuously tearing chunks from the mountain and forming palm-sized patties for easy smuggling. My escort abandoned me to a corner as he joined the others in making hashish patties. How strange, I thought. What am I doing here? I probably couldn't find my way out even if I tried. Someone then rose to his feet and lit a flaming torch. Like a high priest on procession to the altar, he marched to one side of the room. There stood what appeared to be the venerable deity, a massive hookah. The man proceeded to feed the giant mouth of the pipe with kilos of hashish and ceremoniously lit it with the torch. Just then, another man rose, approached the long upward curving spout, and with all his strength inhaled long and forcefully until his lungs were filled to the brim. Then, removing his mouth from the spout, he exhaled, only to inhale another dose. Again and again, he forcefully sucked in great volumes of hashish smoke. It was beyond belief. Soon on its own, a thick stream of smoke was gushing out from the spout. Yet he kept puffing and puffing. It was superhuman. When he reached the point beyond even superhuman limits, his lungs revolted. Tumbling to the ground, he lurched uncontrollably, coughing so severely I expected his guts to come pouring out. Meanwhile, everyone else was nonchalantly rolling his hashish patties. Then the next man stepped up to the ominous hookah and repeated the same ritual. He sucked and sucked, perhaps 20 times. The smoke poured out from the spout, and finally reaching the climax, he collapsed to the earthen floor. Tossing and turning, he too coughed incessantly. Everyone in the room repeated this same unbelievable spectacle. When he'd gained control of his coughing, each man would calmly join his brothers in making patties while squatting around the hashish pile, giving way to the next victim of the hookah. Each man took his turn in rotation several times as the all-devouring hookah consumed kilo after kilo and smoker after smoker. I thought, these old Afghanis are certainly postgraduates in the art of getting high. In comparison, the proud hippies of the West are hardly toddlers in the nursery school. A dense cloud of hashish smoke hung in the airless dungeon. My eyes burned. Simply by breathing the air down there, I had become higher than ever before in my life. My turn had come. They pulled me up to the hookah. Was I to be the next sacrificial offering to their deity? A dense stream of hashish smoke was pouring out of the wide spout. How to approach it? I wobbled forward. I hadn't even reached the spout to begin sucking when the stream of smoke attacked my lungs like a serpent rushing into a mouse hole. To the ground I collapsed, rolling violently back and forth. Tears sprang from my eyes as I coughed so severely that I thought my lungs and throat were being ripped to shreds. Meanwhile, the veteran smokers slapped their knees, shook, and howled with laughter. For here I was, a young American, 1/3 their age, and I couldn't even reach the spout. This was their nightly recreation. But it was too much for me. I crawled back into my corner, slumping against the wall. Rushes of energy paralyzed my every limb, while strange visions appeared in the immense cloud of smoke. All sound was a strange music, and my mind seemed to be whirling and whirling beyond time and space. I could not move, and there was no place to go. My eyes burned with tears. Hallucinating, I watched the billows of smoke rising from the hookah, taking the form of ghostly demons coming to devour me. I reflected on the times I'd sought relief, happiness, or meaning through intoxication. What had I gained? My mind wandered back to the sight of the drug addicts and alcoholics I encountered on the skid rows of American cities. Acquaintances in college had succumbed to drugs, becoming helpless slaves to their addiction. I remembered a dear soul who went insane from too much LSD. An intelligent college student, she started chirping like a bird. Everyone was amused until she tried to fly out of a second-story window. A year later, she still believed she was a bird, but now chirped in the cage of a mental asylum. I too had at times sought peace through intoxicants. I was led to believe that chemical or herbal stimulants could induce higher spiritual perceptions, but I had quickly realized their limitations. It was an artificial state that drew me farther from my heart's longings. I had to move on. Swallowed by a cloud of torment in that hashish dungeon of Kandahar, a vow sprung from my heart. Dear Lord, I will never again indulge in intoxicants. I stumbled out of the room and onto the street, still reeling. One last evening in Kandahar, while in a dim, crowded tea stall, I squatted on the floor with the locals. Suddenly, everyone's attention focused on a blind boy who stumbled in carrying a rustic wooden instrument with a single string nailed across it. He was perhaps 16 years old, and like the others, wore soiled rags that loosely covered his emaciated body. My heart quaked. Nothing covered his blinded, disfigured eyes. Despite his extreme poverty, he smiled radiantly as he poured his heart into singing songs in praise of Almighty Allah as he thumped that one-stringed instrument. His sweet voice and sincere emotion hypnotized all 6 of us crowded in that tiny shack. An hour passed as the spontaneous joy of that blind boy lit up the room with a supernatural joy. He plucked upon his one string and cried in praise of God. I was moved. He was homeless, blind, illiterate, and poverty-stricken. Yet even in his humbled state, he sang of the vast treasure of joy he had found within his heart, his love of God. Kandahar had been extraordinary. From a mongoose I had learned patience. From a den of hashish addicts, temperance. And from a blind boy, spiritual joy. Grateful for all I had learned in that city, I bade it farewell. Chapter 11. On a bus to Kabul, I squeezed in with my fellow passengers. 2 wooden benches extended across the length of the bus to provide seating. In the middle, dozens of chickens flapped their wings, scattering feathers in the air and clucking loudly. Roosters called out, flapping their wings and expanding their chests. Goats poked about for something to eat, while a few sheep clustered around their owner, bleating wildly. The animals brought with them swarming flies and other exotic insects. A sociable goat stared me right in the eyes as if pleading for charity. Then with great enthusiasm he chewed on the cuff of my pants, which must have been delicious, as another goat soon joined him to chew the other cuff. A chicken then jumped onto my lap and pecked at my thighs. This portable barnyard was a daily affair for the passengers, who stared at me and offered smiles. Perhaps they were experiencing a type of culture shock, too, seeing a strange creature like me, dressed in gray pinstripe jeans, my gray turtleneck, and long wavy hair. The bus stopped, and all the human passengers poured out into the desert, where they laid down their prayer rugs and offered prayers toward the holy city of Mecca. Only the animals and I remained on the bus. I had once read that humans without a spiritual path are like 2-legged animals. Though I had been exploring and learning about many different religions, I still felt I had no one clear path. While the devout Muslims prayed outside, I felt I was among my colleagues in the bus. Once the imperial capital of the Mughal Empire, Kabul was a beautiful city. High on a mountainous plateau, surrounded by snow-covered peaks. I knew it was the capital and most important city in Afghanistan. Here I reunited with Jeff and Ramsey. They had already been in Kabul for about a week and were eager to continue the journey down the famous Grand Trunk Road to India. We planned to travel across the Khyber Pass together into Pakistan. Early one morning, we set out for the bus stand where Jeff bought our tickets. Before boarding, however, all passengers were required to present their documents to immigration officials who stood outside the bus. Jeff and Ramsey stood before me in line, and after passing through the formalities, they boarded the bus. But when my turn came, there was a stir of confusion. One official snatched my passport and dragged me into the immigration office. To my dismay, the bus driver revved the engine and roared off, taking my ticket with him. Jeff and Ramsey had carried it on the bus, not realizing I'd been left behind. Another immigration official, it turned out, had mistakenly written the wrong date for my departure. Realizing their mistake, they released me. Stranded alone in Kabul, I wondered how to proceed. It was unthinkable to hitchhike alone through the Khyber Pass, infamous as one of the most lawless lands on earth. I had heard frightening stories during my travels about this borderland between Afghanistan and Pakistan. Stories of foreboding cliffs and warlike tribes who accepted no law. Like the denizens of the Old West of America, they settled disputes with loaded rifles and shootouts and accepted killing and banditry as a way of life. I had heard stories of tourist buses being stopped at gunpoint, passengers being robbed and sometimes killed, and how bus companies had to pay the tribal leaders to protect their buses from such violence. I did not know how true these stories were, but certainly this was no place to find out. What was I to do now? I had no money to purchase a bus ticket. Alone, I walked the streets of Kabul, wondering about my destiny. The day passed in this way. With the night came the freezing cold. I had no warm clothes and nowhere to go. The full moon was like a block of ice. Trembling, I sat down on a lonely roadside, closed my eyes in meditation, lifted my harmonica to my lips, and poured out a song from my heart. Sometime later, when I opened my eyes, a shapely young woman stood in front of me, her dark blonde hair flying in the cold wind. She looked upon me with pity. "Aren't you freezing here in the middle of the night without proper clothing?" she asked. She shivered as she gazed at me with sparkling blue eyes, and I told her what had happened to me. "I'm from Holland," she answered tenderly, "but I have been living in Kabul for several years. You may come to my home and keep warm tonight." Grateful, I followed her. From the frigid street outside, she escorted me through a door into a warm, beautiful room, bedecked with gold and green curtains. It contained a white sofa and a fine dining table with chairs. She welcomed me to sit on the soft sofa. This was like nothing I had experienced since leaving my family home in Highland Park, which seemed like ages ago. The Dutch woman invited me to the dinner table, where she served warm bread with butter, baked vegetables, and chocolate cake for dessert. I considered how it may have been a hidden blessing that I missed the bus. After some casual discussion, she invited me to sleep. "You must be terribly tired after sitting in the cold for so long." She led me across the room where there were 2 beds. "Here's your bed. I'll sleep in my bedroom." Suddenly, from another room, a giant of a man appeared. My hostess introduced him. "This is my bodyguard. He's an Afghani warrior, obedient to me." I looked upon this gargantuan figure standing before me. He was about 6'4", with a body like a mountain, each limb bulging muscles like boulders. His long, oily hair was black as coal, and an unkempt beard covered his face. I sat down on my bed, and the Afghani warrior sat down on the other. Squinting, his pitch-black eyes pierced mine. He then stretched his fists above his head with a prolonged, growling yawn, his body radiating with the stench of sweat. My hostess continued, "He is my protector. I have seen him crush a man's skull with one blow of his fist. You may now sleep." She crossed the room to an adjoining room. Before disappearing through a beaded curtain, she switched off the light. "I will go into my bedroom now." The Afghani warrior was my roommate, and oddly enough, I felt safe with him by my side. The house was so warm and comfortable that as I lay my weary body in bed, I felt fortunate. How would I have survived the freezing night if this friendly woman had not taken pity on me? Pulling up the soft blanket, I savored the experience as I drifted into sleep. Minutes later, I awoke to my hostess parting the beaded curtain between our rooms. She was wearing only a transparent silk nightgown. Incense burned and soft music played. She approached my bed and spoke sweet words into my ear. "You are so young and good." Her eyes were glazed with passion. Slipping off her gown, she presented to me her naked body. And then wrapping her arms around me, she laid her perfumed body over mine. Bewildered, I struggled to focus on the purpose of my journey. "I'm sorry," I said. "I don't want this. Please let me sleep," I pleaded. Undaunted, she tried to arouse me in various ways. "Please leave me alone," was all I could say. Tormented, I lay there like a dead, cold fish. In a frenzy of passion, she whispered in my ear, "If you don't satisfy my desire, my bodyguard will crush your skull. You can't escape." Scorned, she cried for his help. The warrior sprang from his bed, bounded across the room, and stood over us. "Submit or die. Submit, submit or die," he growled. My mind was reeling. As my seductress continued her efforts to overcome me, I lay under her, trembling. Meanwhile, the Afghani warrior towered over us. He yanked my hair and roared, "Submit or die, submit or die." The words were like bombs exploding in my head. Questions rushed through my mind. Was this a nightmare? Must I surrender to her or die? Why was this happening to me? In a flash, with all my strength, I heaved the woman off me, grabbed my bag and shoes, and raced to the door, leaving my sleeping bag behind. She screamed. The bodyguard roared and lunged to capture me, but I dodged him. With all my might, I bolted through that door and burst into the street. The warrior was close behind. Seething with wrath, he wailed. I ran without once turning back, terrorized by the thought of his mammoth fist crushing through my fragile skull. I ran and ran and ran. Somehow, I escaped. Once again, I was alone, with nowhere to go, in the middle of the night. As I wandered the deserted streets of Kabul, I realized that the freezing cold night that I had previously dreaded was now providing shelter to me. The icy moon that had chilled me to the bone was radiating warmth that nourished my weary mind. Walking with no direction, I was free. Gazing into the stars, I contemplated the powers of passion. Sex could be a gift of God, but when it becomes an obsession, it plunders all intelligence, and people are driven to abominable acts to satisfy their lust. When passion is frustrated, people lose all good sense. I thought about the fact that throughout history there had been saints in all traditions who raised beautiful families utilizing sex as a divine offering. Then I began to wonder why, throughout the same history, many saints took the vow of celibacy. The more I pondered, the more I tried to answer my own question. Maybe they realized the charm of the opposite sex to be a distraction from their exclusive dedication to God. Maybe they were determined to direct that powerful energy toward prayer and devotion. Maybe this was what I too was looking for. Certainly, it would explain why I had turned my back on Irene in Italy. Love is the offering of the heart, I thought. Pure love must be selfless, without selfish motives. As the full moon rose higher over Kabul, casting rays on the mountains, a vow arose in my heart to remain celibate for the remainder of my life. Embraced by the bitter, cold wind, I prayed to God to help me to keep my commitment. As the sun rose above the panoramic mountains of Kabul, I hurried to the bus stand, wondering what the future would hold. To my relief, Jeff had sent my ticket back with the returning bus driver. He included a little money as well. Before boarding the bus, I turned to look upon the city of Kabul one final time. On this mountainous plateau of Afghanistan, I had taken a significant step on my internal journey toward enlightenment, praying to accept a difficult vow that I was determined to follow. I felt deeply grateful. Through my window, steep cliffs arose in an arid land. On the slopes, poor farmers toiled to grow a few sparse crops. Clearly, the rugged desert mountains secluded these people of the Khyber Pass in their own world. The local people toted rifles on their shoulders, and some slung straps of bullets around their chests for protection. As the bus jounced along, we passed ammunition factories where primitive rifles were made available to all. At a distance, I saw long caravans of camels with cargo strapped to their backs, sauntering along the dusty paths. The bus jerked and rattled over potholes, straining forward through the Khyber Pass. As I peered out the window, I could picture Alexander the Great on his march to invade India in the 4th century BC. Genghis Khan's bloody Mongol invasions here in the 13th century. Massive Mughal armies led by their emperors marching through to conquer and plunder the subcontinent, and British soldiers being slaughtered by the tribesmen. For generations, bloodshed and death had been daily affairs for the local Pashtun tribes. although the struggle for survival took its toll on tribal members' faces. They appeared also to be stamped with a type of austere grace. Remembering all the ghastly tales about them, I now felt happy to honor these people through my bus window. In the evening, the bus let us out in Peshawar, Pakistan. My curiosity led me to a tranquil old woman in a black veil sitting on the footpath. In front of her, she spread a piece of burlap cloth on which she displayed varieties of trinkets. I stepped closer to see what this grandmotherly soul was selling. Brass knuckles. She was selling brass knuckles, studded with razor-sharp spikes designed to penetrate flesh and rip it apart on extraction. These weapons of cruelty were ornamented with semi-precious jewels. She directed me to press a hidden button on the brass knuckles, and when I did, whoosh, a blade shot out. My head reeled. The old woman insisted that I bargain with her, but I politely went on my way. India was only one country away now. I eagerly continued my travel overland to the ancient city of Lahore to receive my Indian visa. On the way, I met some kind people who extended themselves to make me feel at home in Pakistan, providing meals and rides in trucks or buses. Early one morning, I waited outside the Indian embassy in Lahore. Large hawks circled overhead in the clear sky. When the embassy doors finally opened, I entered and timidly presented my passport to the official. When he stamped it, my heart rejoiced. I felt as if it were a visa to God's kingdom. India was a step away now. The land of yogis, lamas, and sages was waiting. Chapter 12. The sun shone clear and bright in the fresh winter air. I had set out from Lahore at sunrise, walking and hitchhiking 55 kilometers down a single-lane dirt road that cut through stretches of wheat, cotton, and yellow fields of flowering mustard. Acacia trees lined the roadside, and sometimes a few rows between fields as markers. Otherwise, trees were scarce. More scarce still was the traffic along this road. The few vehicles that did occasionally pass were as exciting to my senses as the traditional turbans and robes of the people in them. Decrepit trucks rumbled by, each as brightly and intricately painted as a wealthy rock star's psychedelic mobile. An occasional bullock cart, hay-lined and piled high with wheat, livestock, and whole families creaked along. It was on conveyances such as these, and my own feet, that I reached the Husainawala border crossing into North India. My heart was swelling with anticipation as I approached the immigration officials. I felt that I had aged 30 years during the 6 months I'd spent crossing Europe and the Middle East. But I knew that the trials I underwent were necessary purifications for entering sacred India. I was now so close, only steps away. Only a stout woman, seated alone behind an immigration desk, stood between my destiny and me. Her stern glance was not at all inviting. In drab military attire, she sat under the Punjab sun. I stood before her, full of hope and covered in dust. I handed her my passport. India's border security forces flanked her on both sides, rifles slung across their shoulders. While she was examining each page of the document, my thoughts whisked me back to the moment on that mountaintop in Crete that set my feet to follow my heart to India. Something happened to me on that mountaintop. Some I knew would dismiss it as an aberration of the mind brought on by hours of solitary prayer or some kind of hallucination brought on by fasting. But I felt that God had appeared to me in my heart, and I had heard his words loud and clear, "Go to India." From that moment on, I believed that the Lord was calling me to him in India. 3 months and over 3,000 miles had passed since then on my journey through the Middle East. Each moment unlike any I had ever imagined as a boy, seeing the world through the ill-fitting lenses lent by suburban America. And with each mile, my heart was flying toward the sacred soils of India and a rendezvous I knew I could not live without. I longed for India. There my heart's deepest desire might become real. My heart and soul was already with the yogis in their mountaintop ashrams. For months and through unimaginable hazards, I had pressed forward to reunite with them. Now, a step from my goal, I stood waiting before the border guard who gripped my passport to India in her bureaucratic hand. She looked up after some minutes of scrutinizing it, her face expressionless. "Show me how much money you have." As I reached nervously into my cloth bag, she leaned forward in her chair. There were only a few coins to show her. Disgust crept across her face. "You require $200 minimum to enter." She leaned back and folded her uniformed arms across her chest, eyeing me with suspicion. "Where is your money?" Looking at the ground, I stammered, "This is all I have now." "You cannot enter then." She slapped the passport down on the table that stood like a wall between us. "Go back to your own country." Her words were like arrows that pierced my heart. "But I've traveled overland for months, risking my life to see your country. I burn with a desire to study your religions from the holy people." From far away, I heard my voice pleading with her. "I have abandoned the comforts of an American home out of love for India. Please, give me a chance." She glared at me now. "We have beggars enough in India. We don't want another one." She motioned to one of the guards, and he raised his rifle. "You will not enter India. You are rejected. Now go back to where you came from." "But that's final. No more discussion." She stood up from the table, turned her back on me, and marched over to a small barracks. I followed her, trying to change her mind, but she shut me out. Her final edict, "You cannot enter India," lacerated my heart. Her colleagues, who until that moment had seemed stiff and impassive, suddenly upon her declaration hoisted their rifles and ordered me to leave at once. Shaken, I walked back some distance along the road behind me and sat in the shade of a large neem tree. As I gazed out across the flat green Punjabi countryside, my mind reeled. Where to go? What to do? How long I sat there, stunned, I do not know. But when awareness of my surroundings broke through again, I knew that I would not turn back. If that gatekeeper would not grant me entry into the land of my heart's desire, I resolved to remain in the dust under that tree. Never once did I dream that entry to India would be denied me. Ignorant as I was of politics, how could I have known then that India and Pakistan were on the eve of their third war since the partition of India? How could I have guessed that 1 year later, in December of 1971, bloody war would break out along this very border where I now found myself? No one had warned me that I was hazarding one of the tensest borders in the world, second in notoriety only to Berlin's Checkpoint Charlie. At Husseinwala, 2 armies stood poised, one in Pakistan and one in India, each facing the other in military standoff across the divide. All this was unknown to me on that sunny winter afternoon as I trudged along the road back to Pakistan. There, from a seat on the dusty ground, I could see my frustrated antagonist pacing beyond the window of her small barracks. Was she expecting a bribe from me? A soul she had mistaken for one possessed of affluence, derived from a Western birth and white skin? Could she even guess all I'd been through to reach this lonely border post? Will I ever get to India, I wondered? After hitchhiking all the way from London, could it really be possible that I would be turned back at the Indian border for want of money? Feeling like an exile, my thoughts turned to my best friend and traveling companion. At our parting, Gary, too, had looked like an exile. Where was he now? What had become of him? Did he ever make it to Israel? As I sat in the dust of that Punjabi plain, watching the breeze ripple through a stand of blooming mustard nearby, I missed my old friend. Over a period of hours, I kept getting up from beneath my tree and returning to the border, but each time the official ignored me. Finally, as a last resort, I pleaded with her again. She stomped the ground with her military boot. "You are testing my patience." She jabbed her stubby finger toward my face, her lips trembling. "You are rejected. Do you hear me? This is my last warning. Don't disturb me again." I turned back to my tree and passed the day in turbulent thought. As the sun was setting, I observed that a shift was about to take place at the immigration desk. An elderly man had come to relieve the woman from her duty. He was a tall Sikh in an elegantly wrapped turban, the same drab beige color as his military uniform. The female official pointed to me, making sure he understood that I was not to enter India. Then an army jeep carried her away. Not knowing what else to do, I meekly approached the new officer, praying in my heart of hearts. I handed him my passport and pleaded, "Please allow me entrance into your great country." His voice was cold and disinterested. "I was warned that you are a nuisance. I have been given strict orders to reject your entry. Now show me sufficient money or go back." Tears sprang from my eyes as I explained my life and my spiritual aspirations. I said, "I have left behind the comforts of America to search for India's spiritual treasures. Risking my life, I've hitchhiked all the way from London to reach your homeland. I yearn to find the way to God. Please, be kind to me. Someday, I promise to do something good for the people of India. Honestly, sir, I will help your people. Please, give me a chance." Tears filled his eyes. "Give me your passport." As the light of day was fading, he thumbed through my document, then gazed into my eyes and said, "Sometimes a man must follow his heart. I believe in your words." Reaching down to the table, he lifted the stamping tool by its wooden handle. Then he pressed the rubber script into an ink pad, and with a thump, stamped my legal entrance into India. "It is done," he said, closing the passport and handing it back to me. With an affectionate smile, he placed his hand on my head. "Son, I give you my blessings. May you find the truth you are crying for. Welcome to India."